Ah. Morning, Paul, Wancho, Albar. Albar, how you been? I don't feel like I've seen you for a while. Hope all's well. I don't know if it's the final overreaction Monday, because you know what next Monday is. It's Black Monday. It's when people are getting fired. In fact, people will already have been fired by the time we come on the air next Monday. Well, I'll say this, Coffin Baugh. Miami's ahead of Cincy on the conference depth chart. So the first alternative to Denver is Miami. But
And if you're Buffalo, wouldn't you want to see Miami instead of Denver? Because I would.
yeah, I would too. Yeah. Both the Bengals and the Dolphins have no one to blame but themselves. Miami was 2-6 since he was 4-8. Jaden Daniels, baby. Jaden Daniels. I'm all in. All in on him. Miller and Moulton have been all in. Yes, Realtor Clark. There's a certain co-host on this show very happy. He had not one but two overtime
covers. As David Moulton is entering the biggest game of his betting career tonight.
Should have stopped with the bowl games.
Should have stopped with the bowl games.
I am feeling better, Paula. Don't know if I'm sounding better, but I am feeling better.
Much than you did on Friday.
Yeah, it was clogging up on Friday. I didn't know what was going on. I did not feel well Friday. All right, Realtor Clark, go not to if you're the Donkeys. Who are the Donkeys? Is that the Broncos? Is that?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right, listen, Penix had that fun. How about the 2 fourth down conversions? How about the touchdown pass? By the way, with Michael Penix, he seems to know that Atlanta has a tight end that they drafted in the top 5. Nobody else on the Falcons seems to know about Kyle Pitts, but Penix does. I bet Kyle Pitts wants out of Atlanta, but I'll bet you now he's like, oh, but I wouldn't mind playing with this guy.
Right.
He throws it to me. Yeah, we liked Penix, not as much as Pat. Pat loves Penix.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Monday of 2024. It's also the final overreaction Monday of the regular season. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Coming at you coast to coast. What was that show on the radio? Was it called Coast to Coast?
It was called Coast to Coast.
Oh, then that was the show anyway. It's about as close to coast as we get. San Fran to Southwest Florida. Miller and Moulton on this final Monday. How was your weekend?
It was all right. You know, it was non-eventful. The mother-in-law left on Friday. Watched some football on Saturday a little bit. Had a couple of events I had to attend. But all in all, a pretty low-key weekend. It was kind of nice. Didn't have to travel to San Francisco.
Well, I will say, for whatever reason, there were 2 or 3 spots available at the front of the plane. They were offering one of those spots for like $93. I said, I'll take that. So, if you got to spend 6 hours in an airplane, nothing wrong with spending it in one of those. In fact, I had never been in the front of a plane like this. They were 4 seats to a row. 1, 2, 1. Yeah, so I made sure I got one of the ones. And I was off on the side of the plane, all right, by myself. All right, nobody around me. And I could recline. I could darn near lay flat and go to sleep. In fact, I did twice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm in much better shape than I normally am when,
Good for you.
we're traveling. Didn't have a college game also. So, this is the 1 week a year mark where I'll have the college game after the pro game. Air Aikman tonight, baby. All right, Monday Night Football, Air Aikman to Dallas. Hop on a American flight from Dallas to El Paso. Should get to the booth about an hour, maybe 45 minutes before kickoff. Do another Sun Bowl. Yippee! And then head home on New Year's. Yep.
So will you be able to watch the first playoff game with some of the CBS crew then? Or
Yeah, we'll have dinner with the game on. Yep, absolutely.
that'll be fun.
Oh, yeah, sure. Try to put as big a bill on the company, receipt as possible. Absolutely.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You spend some of their money.
Yeah, I will.
Be
I
corporate
will.
America. I love it.
Darn right. Okay. I have no idea if they're allowed to submit that anymore. I know Trump had changed the tax laws. For a while there, I know you couldn't submit that stuff, but yeah, I think now you can. So besides, not mine to submit. What do I care?
Right.
But final overreaction. We will have a show tomorrow. It'll be Mark and Seth once again filling in for me. From what I saw, you guys thought they were terrific. You thought it was a fun show. Okay, some of you don't even like Seth. We're like, wow, that was good.
Yeah, Seth is probably our most polarizing guest.
Yes. Yes.
And then I found that JP Shadrick is next.
Wow. That is shocking to me. I'm very curious. What is it about JP that people don't like?
Well, I think JP comes at you, and I'm only allowed to come at you. No one, Pat Kerwin can come at you.
Hard.
Danielson, of course, can come at you at any time,
Right.
anywhere he wants to.
Right.
And they expect it. But JP will come at you from time to time, and I don't think they like it.
See,
I don't
funny.
think they understand that you two are friendly.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think he's coming at me. I think he's occasionally needling me. And trust me, you got to admit, I give people a lot of material to start needling with.
But if I were to rank our guests based on listener comments that I've received over the years, months, whatever, I would say Seth is our most polarizing guest, and JP has moved into slot number 2.
You know what I've noticed? People take it more offensive than I do that he calls me Dave. Because now the audience knows that I don't prefer Dave. I prefer David. Okay. And yet there are certain people like Mark, there's a person in Southwest Florida who works for FGCU. Okay. He's called me Davey for 20 plus years. All right. And he gets away with it because I just really like him. Okay. And I've told them, I put Butch, I don't. Nobody in the world calls me Davey. I know Davey. Okay. And it's just, I don't know. There are certain guys that can get away with certain things. Okay. And
you and I can't. That is the one thing. You and I don't get away with our voices, our attitude, whatever it may be. We have to play it pretty close to the vest. If not, we're an a-hole, which is why we celebrate the a-hole moment of the show when it happens, usually in the first 2 segments between David and I.
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes during the commercial break, another reason to, tune in to twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. But I will say, Mark, the 2 people in the world that I think we can get away with it with are our daughters. All right. We can bust their chops. And I think we've got them. Okay. If we lose them, we're in trouble.
Well, I'm hoping it comes back because it's funny you should say that. My daughter has turned the word stop into a 3-syllable word. Stop. And I get that a lot because I tend to needle her from time to time when she's now on her phone or tablet or whatever electronic device is taking up the majority of her time. And when I ask her a question 2 or 3 times, failing to get an answer, I sometimes will needle.
Right.
And then I get the 3-syllable stop on the back end of that. So while you have your daughter in the level of sarcasm, I am still working my daughter into that.
Before we get to sports here, because that's what we do, if I may make a suggestion, all right, just throwing it out there, come up with your own 3-syllable word to counter it. Okay. Like maybe, why? Just think about it. Okay. Ponder it and, try it out next time. You got to combat fire with fire. That's what I say. Besides,
I agree.
She's 10. It's a benevolent dictatorship. All right. She needs to realize that. Okay. Overreaction Monday. Where do you want to start?
The Dolphins won in the cold.
But it wasn't cold.
And it wasn't Tua.
And I didn't think it was possible for the Dolphins to play a quarterback not named Tua and have the best quarterback on the field. And I'm not kidding. I didn't think anybody would have a second or third string quarterback that was better than the Dolphins' second or third string quarterback. I mean, from what we saw earlier this year, Tyler Huntley was horrible. Like, what is he doing collecting a paycheck? Horrible. And he was okay yesterday. Didn't lose you a game.
No.
Actually made 2 or 3 plays in the second half in which you went, wait a minute. Are we actually getting some production from a backup quarterback? What? So, yeah. I mean, I find it amazing that both the Bengals and the Dolphins are mathematically alive heading into the final week of the season. I mean, I'm shocked, actually.
I'm with you.
You know, at one point the Dolphins were 2-6. At one point the Bengals were 4-8. And yet here they are. I mean, Roy Cummings saw it coming. Pardon the pun. But Roy Cummings saw it when the Bucs were 4-6 and the Falcons were 6-3. Roy's like, yeah, I don't think the Falcons are any good. And we're like, Roy, are you sure about this one? I don't. I don't think they're that good. And now, month and a half later, they're 8-8. And who's in control of their fate in the NFC South? It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, they're a fascinating team. They've beaten Detroit. They've beaten Philly. They lost to the Chiefs in overtime at Arrowhead in a game that was horribly officiated and not in Tampa Bay's favor. They went to L.A. and whacked the Chargers. Whacked them. I mean, their A game, Mark, is really good. I mean, they've actually shown they can beat the elite.
They have. Their offense, when on, is a very lethal group. They can run the ball now. Both of their running backs can catch the ball out of the backfield. They have an elite receiver. They've developed now, it's seemingly all kinds of other guys that are helping out. Getting tight ends from the practice squad to get 3 catches that are important in a game. I mean, it is remarkable what Tampa's doing with so many young players in the lineup, David.
So, a chance for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win their 4th straight division title and make the playoffs for the 5th year in a row. You got to admit, they do not get that type of credit nationally.
Oh, goodness, no. They're thought of an also ran, not a team that goes to playoffs and wins playoff games. And that's with a brand new offensive coordinator after Canales, their offensive coordinator a year ago, goes to take over in Carolina.
And boy, did they humiliate him and them yesterday.
Did they ever?
Man, they took the starters out a minute into the 4th quarter. They could have got to 60 yesterday if they wanted to keep it on. This was college football and style points. Whoo, baby.
So 2 of the 3 Florida teams still very much alive for the postseason. The other one just screwing up their draft possibilities.
Really? You couldn't even let me get to the first commercial break? You had to bring up teams screwing up their draft possibilities. Really? Really? I thought you cared for me after all these years.
I didn't mention your team.
But you said teams screwing up their draft possibilities. Okay? I mean, no offense. People are not thinking about the Jaguars this morning when you say teams screwing up their draft possibilities. You know who they're thinking about, don't you?
Who are they thinking about, David?
They're thinking about the team I grew up rooting for, Mark. The New York Football Giants. That's who they're thinking about. Who decided now is the time to win? Now. You wanted to win now?
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wait a minute. They broke you yesterday? They broke you winning? They broke you scoring 45 points? I do. That's all I do. I will say, if you've got a little bit of a head cold, talking nonstop doesn't help it. So, well, I know, Ambient. I mean, you and I think another Broncos fan there are already counting on, you're already booking your playoff game in Buffalo. But yeah, the Chiefs are going to mail one in for you. I think the only question is, does Mahomes take the first snap of the game? And I don't even think he will. Yeah, I don't think Kelsey's going to suit up. Chris Jones isn't going to suit up. Well, they need to get a first down, DC. One first down, they probably get out of there with a tie. and a tie would have put him in. Anybody have trouble with Zach Taylor sending the field goal kicker out there on third down to kick the 33-yarder that he hit the upright with? Does anybody think he should have run another play? And I mean, I think a professional kicker should be able to make a 33-yarder. It's an extra point. No, Broncos control their destiny. They win and they're in.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday, the final Monday of 2024. We're doing a show tomorrow live. It'll be Mark and Seth filling in for me as I travel to and work the Sun Bowl in El Paso tomorrow. I'm in San Francisco for Monday Night Football tonight. And let me tell you, boy, does this game have a lot of meaning. The rematch of the NFC Championship game, Detroit and San Francisco, this game means absolutely nothing. Nothing. Lions can lose, doesn't matter. They win Sunday against the Vikings. They're the NFC North champs and the 1 seed. They win tonight, lose Sunday. You know what they are? The 5 seed. It means nothing. So, yeah, that's what we have for you tonight. You're still not talking to your family. That's what you got to look forward to tonight, as our schedule just keeps getting better and better. Can we talk college and the bowls for a second?
Absolutely.
Okay. So were you watching the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
I was watching the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
That was Saturday afternoon, correct?
Right. I had things going on, so I was watching, paying attention. I had some events going on Saturday that kept me away from televisions.
By the way, credit Lee Sterling, who said on our show that my favorite bowl play out of 40-something games is the over in the Miami-Iowa State Pop-Tarts Bowl. That game was over by halftime, wasn't it?
No, it took the first score of the second half because it ended up
Okay.
getting to 61, but your point is well taken, David.
So Lee Sterling was all over that. Okay. Speaking of halftime of the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and I'm asking 21,000 text line, keyword Miller. I'm asking in the Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, because I was not listening to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. It was on in the background where I was. I was kind of paying attention. Not really. Was it ever discussed at all on the broadcast that Cam Ward was going to take his helmet and go home in the second half? Did anybody know that? Anybody at all? Because I don't believe so publicly. I don't believe the Canes had let the cat out of the bag. So I'm assuming that when Cam Ward did not come out in the third quarter, that, did the ESPN announcers say, yep, this was the plan when we met with Coach Cristobal yesterday? He said blah, blah, blah. Okay? Because I think if this was the plan, well, this is the problem, Mark, and this is secondary. It's a sidebar. This is a problem with a sport not having a central force. Yeah, there's a little too much gambling going on right now. We need to know that the star quarterback for the team is going to take the rest of the game off. You would place bets accordingly. You would maybe make first half bets versus second half bets. You would bet. There's a lot of money. Okay. Back to Cam Ward. Do you have a problem with the fact that he played the first half, set the record for now, by the way, because Dylan Gabriel's 5 touchdowns behind, and the thought is he's going to play a few games here, but then again, he may only play one more game. Ohio State may beat Oregon, and Dylan Gabriel's not going to have the record. But the thought is if Dylan Gabriel and Oregon get by Ohio State, then Dylan Gabriel's going to end up with the all-time record. So Cam played, Case Keenum played the first half, and then didn't play the second half. And Mario and Cam, by their actions, made it look, Mark, like that was the plan. When asked about it afterwards, Cam didn't talk, and Cristobal wouldn't answer it. And I think he's doing the kid a tremendous disservice. We discussed it during the week, but we keep those conversations to ourselves. Mario, if that was the plan, just say it. Your star quarterback's getting destroyed for quitting on his team, is what people are thinking he did.
I had no problem with it. I have a problem with the execution, how it was done. But if that's what they were going to do to get the kid the record, and then he was going to sit, so be it. It's an exhibition game. It's a meaningless football game.
I mean, you and I have been on the record for a long time. If Cam Ward was our kid, he ain't playing in the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Nope.
He's going to get drafted in the top 3. I mean, if things go badly for him, he's going to get drafted in the top 4 of the upcoming draft. I mean, do you know the kind of money we're talking about here? And I'm going to risk it by some guy who gets dragged to the ground, crashing his helmet into his knee, okay, in the Pop-Tarts Bowl? No, I don't think so. And don't talk to me about your insurance policy, because that better be a $50+ million insurance policy. That's the only way he's playing in the damn Pop-Tarts Bowl. But that's how Miller and Moulton have felt about this for a long time. But, Mark, Cam is getting destroyed. In our Twitch chat room, there are people like, please tell me you guys are going to light Cam Ward on fire today. I mean, and that should affect his draft status. I'd never draft him.
I'd never draft him.
Oh, yeah.
I'd never draft him?
Oh, yeah.
Because he didn't play in the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
He quit on his team. That's how they see it. He quit on his team. Can't be a leader of my team. I don't want him. Mark, I mean, read the text line, 21,000. If people are being true, if the text line in any way, shape, or form resembles the Twitch chat room, okay, never mind nationally. People are bent about this. This is Bill Polian on our show.
Oh, I know.
10 years ago about Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey sitting out the bowl game. I'd never draft them. This is going to affect their draft status. Yeah, they went 4th and 8th overall, Bill. And he's a Hall of Famer, for goodness sake.
I don't care if it was his decision. I don't care if it was Miami's decision. I was shocked he was playing in the first place. It's an exhibition game. Put it this way. Even if you want to say the game matters more than that, Kansas City's playing a game this weekend. If Mahomes plays and gets hurt, would you say he was helping his team out? Or would you say that Andy Reid played him, or Barkley, who's trying to go for a record, maybe is a more appropriate comparison? Would you say that he was being selfish, trying to go for the record, or he's a team guy?
Boy, that's a great comparison because the Eagles literally have nothing to play for.
Not a damn thing, David.
They are locked in as the 2 seed, period, end of sentence. They're playing in 2 weeks, okay? So if you're the Eagles, do you play Saquon at all? He's 101 yards away from breaking a 40-year-old record. Quite frankly, a record that if he breaks, it may very well get him into the Hall of Fame. Saquon Barkley is not a Hall of Fame running back, but he might be with 101 yards against the Giants. And what is the difference between Saquon playing and say he gets his 101 yards and they take him out? Or Cam Ward playing, passing Case Keenum, and they take him out? But people are bent about this, Mark. Bent about Cam Ward taking himself or the arrangement that him and Mar- and I'm telling you, Cristobal is killing this kid by not. What is he hiding and protecting? Just say it. And not only that, protect your kid.
Because if you're protecting that kid, you're protecting all of your kids. In the future, the recruits you're going for, the kids in the portal you're going for, you know the coach has your back. And right now, if you play for Miami, you don't know if the coach has your back.
So I'd like to figure out a Cam Ward poll question. Something along the lines of, was he smart? Was he selfish? Let's talk about it some more. The starting five is coming up. I'll explain all the NFL playoff seedings next. Miller and Moulton.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How do you want to word this question? I think you might have had it.
Cam Ward didn't play the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Was he A, smart? In parenthesis, protect from injury. B, selfish. Quit on his team. Pius wants us to simply ask, is Cam Ward a bum? We'll take your calls.
Cam Ward didn't play in the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Was he smart, preparing for the draft, selfish, quit on his team?
There you go. Yeah, Ambient, I'm curious about that one. Like, it sounds like you're more bothered that he played a half and then took himself out. You would have been better off if he just sat out the whole game. See, I disagree. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you know what the Pop-Tarts Bowl is.
It's an exhibition game.
It's a TV show.
And it's an exhibition TV show.
Right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Bud Elliott, by the way, is going to join us today. He doesn't normally join us on Mondays, but, with this whole Christmas and New Year's being on a Wednesday thing, it's kind of screwed up some of our guest lists and schedules and what have you. And so we reached out to Bud and said, hey, you still do that college football thing for a living, right? Well, we got some big games coming up here on Tuesday and Wednesday. So how about you join us? He said, how about Monday? Done. So Bud Elliott's going to join us a little more than an hour to talk some college football. So what do we decide on with the whole Cam Ward poll question?
Cam Ward didn't play the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Was he smart, preparing for the draft, selfish, quit on his team?
Oh.
Those are your options.
Smart or selfish, huh? No gray area there.
Nope.
No ambiguity there.
It's up at Miller_Moulton on X, soon to be up at that Mark Miller and the David Moulton whenever we decide we're going to repost it.
Was there room for some snark? C, he should have sat out the first half too. No.
There probably was room for snark, but we left it out.
Right. See, we're trying to end the year with a little less snark. I don't know why. Okay. It's kind of our thing here on Miller and Moulton. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, somehow the Dolphins are 8-8. It's probably because they played Cleveland yesterday. Man, the Browns are bad. Good thing they got Deshaun Watson coming back healthy. Rework contract next year. 20-3 Miami. They're 8-8. They stay mathematically alive. They and the Bengals are a game behind the Broncos with 1 to play. It's real simple. If Denver beats Kansas City, and the Chiefs ain't playing anybody they don't have to because they're 15-1 and they've clinched the 1 seed. If Denver wins that game, they're in the playoffs, and Cincinnati and Miami are out. But if by chance Carson Wentz comes up with one of the biggest wins of his career and Kansas City upsets Denver, then Miami is first in line to get the final playoff spot. Their conference record is ahead of Cincinnati. So right now it's Denver, the 7 seed, Miami, the 8, Cincinnati, the 9. Did Tampa Bay just score another touchdown while we were talking?
They did.
Woo-wee. Baker Mayfield, 5 touchdowns, 2 of them to Mike Evans. He's going to get Evans to 1,000 yards. He's got him now within 85 yards. Okay, I think Baker took a look at Mike Evans coming off the injured list with like 565 yards, and he said to Evans, you know what? I'll make you a bet. I can get you to 1,000. Evans like, I don't know, man. We'd have to average like 110 yards a game for the final 4 games of the year. Baker's like, I'm the one controlling whether or not you get the ball. I'm going to get you to 1,000. Well, he's got him within 85 yards.
It was a pretty funny scene halftime of that game when they went to the studio. I doubt you watched it. But you've got Ryan and you've got Nate Burleson and you got Cowher. And Ryan and Burleson are talking about the second half that Evans has got to go to the Liam Cohn there, the OC, and say, you know, where's my out and ups? We got to get these things. And, of course, Burleson's agreeing with him. And Cowher just goes, you two, a quarterback and a receiver. That's what I need to hear right now. We're up by 3 scores, and I've got you trying to figure out how we're doing out and ups. Fantastic. It was a great little exchange. That 6 seconds of truth that we go for, that was it. I thought it was fantastic.
Matt Ryan taking care of his diva wide receiver, and the coach going, enough of you two. 48-14 Tampa over Carolina. They're 9-7. They have a 1-game lead over the Falcons because Atlanta lost in overtime last night to the Commanders. Washington clinched a spot in the playoffs for the first time in 4 years, 30-24. This just in. This Jaden Daniels guy is pretty good. Can we stop with the who should be the rookie of the year? Bowers has had a tremendous year. Bo Nix has shown great promise. Can we stop with who should be rookie of the year? It's Jaden flippin' Daniels, okay? 227 yards passing and 3 touchdowns and 127 yards rushing. Enough already in their biggest game of the year. He had Zach Ertz with a touchdown. Ertz, by the way, just last night earned $750,000 in bonuses. He had 3 $250,000 incentives in his contract. Good for him and them. By the way, smart move by the Commanders. Brought in Zach Ertz on offense and brought in Bobby Wagner on defense. Veterans who could still play to help out a very young team on both sides of the ball. Maybe other teams should do things like that. Washington's in, and right now the Commanders are the 6th seed. The Packers have fallen to the 7th seed. Both teams are 11-5. Washington has a better conference record. Green Bay has proven they can beat anybody in the league as long as they're not the top 3 teams in the NFC, because they're 0-2 against the Lions, 0-2 against the Vikings, and lost to the Eagles. Minnesota edged Green Bay yesterday 27-25, setting up a huge showdown Sunday in Detroit. Sunday night football and everything. Winner wins the North. Winner's the 1 seed in the NFC. Loser falls to the 5 seed. Something to keep in mind. If the Rams beat the Seahawks Sunday, the Rams are the 3. The winner of the NFC South is the 4. Obviously, if you're the 4 seed, you host the loser of Minnesota-Detroit. But if the Rams, who last year, when they had nothing to play for except seeding, benched Stafford, benched Puka, benched Williams, okay, and McVay is likely to do it again. If by chance the Rams lose to the Seahawks because they're mailing it in, but the Bucs beat the Saints to win the South, Tampa would be the 3 seed because of a better conference record than the Rams. So something else that Tampa could be playing for coming up on Sunday. Bills secured themselves the 2 seed. They humiliated the Jets 40-14. Game was not that close. It was 40-0 a minute in the fourth quarter. The Jets, by the way, should end this Aaron Rodgers thing. I know, one more or two more, he gets to 500 touchdowns, whatever. End it now. Okay, seriously. Show some pride. Stand up to the guy. Philly clinched the 2 seed, 41-7 over the Cowboys. And Saquon Barkley had a huge day, 167 yards, to pass 2,000. He's the 9th running back to get 2,000 yards. He's 100 yards away from tying Eric Dickerson's 40-year-old record. Let me ask you, Mark, if he breaks the record, but obviously he will have done so in 17 games. However, as of now, Dickerson carried the ball 34 more times than Saquon has. Would you consider Saquon passing Dickerson legit? No asterisk? Not even worth mentioning? Anything else except he now holds the record? Or would you go, yeah, but he did it in 17 games. Dickerson did it in 16.
David, I would say he broke the record because the game is so vastly different than when Dickerson played. We don't run the ball the way we did. And the carries proves where he is at still with this remarkable year. He's not carried the ball as much as Dickerson, and I doubt he'll carry it 34 times next week.
I doubt he will also, although I think he carried it 31 yesterday. The Giants screwed up yesterday. They played well, and they won a game, and so now they're not going to have the top pick of the draft. 45-33, the Giants eliminated the Colts, and they moved from first to fourth in the draft order, snapping a 10-game losing streak. We told you, pros don't quit. They don't. And they all said it. They said, we're playing for our careers here. We don't give a damn about the Giants in the draft. Vegas also continues to ruin their draft position. 8 days ago, they had the number 1 pick of the draft. Now I think they're picking like 8th.
Exactly right, David.
Because they've won back-to-back games. They beat the Saints 25-10. Saints right now have so many guys hurt. I don't even know if they can muster up much of a fight against the Bucs coming up on Sunday. Monday Night Football tonight. Lions are a 3.5-point favorite against the Niners. Over-under is 50.5. Give or take a half point. Vegas is saying this is a 27-23 game. I'm curious what list you have in front of you, because I keep seeing it differently. I keep seeing New England with the first overall pick, but I've got a list that show Tennessee 2 and Cleveland 3, and I have lists that say Cleveland 2 and Tennessee 3. What do you have?
I have New England, Tennessee, Cleveland, and the Giants.
So there you go.
4 in order.
Jacksonville has the 5th overall pick. Then Carolina and the Jets, I believe.
Right,
6,
Vegas and Chicago. Chicago,
right.
4-12 right now, has the 9th pick.
Right. Think about how many bad teams we have in the NFL. And the Saints are 10, and they're horrendous right now. Music City Bowl is today, 2:30. Missouri, a 2.5-point favorite over Iowa. By the way, if you're curious, 13 bowl games, I said take the underdog in all 13. If you did, you went 9-4. And if you did it the day earlier, you went 12-4. Last 16 bowl games, the underdog's 12-4 against the number. Just saying. NBA. A fight with 35 seconds to go in Houston. 6 guys got ejected between the Heat and the Rockets. Miami beat Houston 104-100. Tyler Hero with 27 before he got ejected. Orlando was down 15 going to the 4th. They came back to beat Brooklyn. Cole Anthony with a layup with a second to go, 102-101. Tell you what, Indiana, they are not intimidated by the Celtics. Pacers went to Beantown, beat Boston 123-114. Halliburton with 31. Oklahoma City might be the best team in the league. They've won 11 in a row. They're 26-5. Memphis showed up with a gaudy 22-10 record, and they beat them by 24. Toronto's lost 10 straight. They lost by 29 to Atlanta. And Wemby with 34, but the Spurs lost again. He's something.
He's really good.
Second-year player. You got to remind yourself of that when you're watching him. Minnesota 112-110. College hoops yesterday. You know the Gators are one of 4 unbeatens. They're 13-0. They beat Stetson by 40. Drake is unbeaten. The D2 coach and 4 of his starters from Southeast Missouri there or wherever he was, they beat Belmont by 19. They're 12-0. Doug Gottlieb's Green Bay team is 2-13. They lost IPFW 83-67 at home yesterday. Women's hoops, Florida, South Florida, FAMU all won. Miami and FAU lost. The top 5 teams all winners in college hoops on the women's side yesterday. NHL, the Canadians are playing much better. They've won 4 in a row. They went into Tampa, beat the Lightning 5-2. Buffalo, after losing 11 straight, Mark, have won 3 in a row.
They're back, baby.
4-2 Sabres over the Blues. Speaking of 4-2, Wings get their first win for Todd McClellan. They beat the Caps 4-2. Ovechkin came back over the weekend and scored.
A goal last night.
Yeah. Pittsburgh 3-2 over the Islanders. Crosby now passes Mario on the all-time assist list. Anaheim down 3-1 in the third, beat Edmonton 5-3. Dallas 5-1 over Chicago. World Juniors, USA lost to Finland. It's just group play. They lost 4-3 in overtime. Next up tomorrow night, Canada for first place in the group.
Canada lost to Latvia in a shootout, a team they beat like 10-0 last year in World Juniors.
Last 3 times they had played Latvia, they had beaten them like 41-3.
Right.
And they lost to them in a shootout. And I'm sure you heard the news late yesterday afternoon, early evening. Former President Jimmy Carter passed away at the age of 100. I will give you a sports tidbit. He was the first president to invite a pro team to the White House. In 79, both the Pirates and the Steelers won their respective championships. And so in February of 1980, President Carter invited the Steelers and Pirates to the White House to honor the, quote, city of champions. So either pat him on the back for being the first to do it or go, so he's to blame for this. And don't do it along party lines. I mean, come on. We can come up. We can do this not along party lines, right? I mean, this is a sports thing, right? Come on.
Right,
it's a sports thing. And by the way, LeBron is 40 today and Tiger is 49. Happy birthday, guys. And it's 7 minutes before the hour mark. That was the starting 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
The poll question is up. Cam Ward didn't play in the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Was he smart, preparing for the draft, or selfish? He quit on his team. At this point in time, 64% of you are saying he was smart. Bud Elliott, an hour from now, right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't believe we ever had Greg Gumbel on the show. I briefly ran into him for less than 10 seconds, media day and work before the Giants-Ravens Super Bowl in Tampa when I was still doing local TV. We kept driving up every day, and he called that game, and it was noteworthy because he was the first black man to call the Super Bowl for that game, and he called two of them. He called the Giants-Ravens Super Bowl, and he called the Pats-Carolina Super Bowl in Houston. Ambient, the Vikings lost 2 NFC championship games with Moss. His rookie year, when they were 15-1, they lost at home in overtime to Atlanta. They should have won. And 2 years later, they went to the Giants and got beat 41-0. And after that game, by the way, Moss said this organization will never win a championship. We don't do things the right way. and he got skewered for it. But he was telling the truth. Young Randy Moss was amazing. Amazing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday, final Monday of 2024. Thanks so much for being with us. Curious, Mark, the story or stories from a very busy weekend. There's stuff we haven't even got to yet. I mean, we only touched about Cam Ward with college football. There were 13 bowl games that were played. The Pro Football Hall of Fame narrowed down their list to the finalists. You know I'm going to get into that at some point before we're done. But I'm curious of what took place over the last 2.5 days. What is it that you're most fired up about, curious about, want to react to about?
Well, I just am into this NFL season wholeheartedly, and I'm fired up about, or this is where I look ahead. I'm already fired up for Minnesota and Detroit next week. I was fired up, Minnesota won. I'm like, all right, we've got a game that is first or fifth in the NFC, and the implications of that are tremendous. The Lions have, to me, no shot if they're the 5. The Vikings are playing as complete of football right now as anybody in the league. And if they're at home, they're even scarier. So I'm looking at the NFC and trying to figure out who it is that's going to emerge from the NFC right now.
When I was a much younger fan, it wasn't the final game of the regular season. It was the second to last weekend of the regular season. But my Giants played a game like this. They were 12-2, and they were playing the 12-2 Redskins at RFK. And you knew the deal. Winner was going to be the one, and the loser was going to have to do the wild card thing and then probably have to go on the road to beat the team that just beat you in the NFC title game. And sure enough, that's what happened. Giants won. Redskins got back to the NFC championship game, and the Giants beat them again. And the Giants won the Super Bowl. And if Washington had beaten the Giants that day, I think Washington would have won the Super Bowl. Now, I don't know if you feel that strongly, but here's another thing. I mean, it will be, name the last regular season game that the Lions played that was in the area code of this one.
David, I don't know. You're a better historian than
you grew up in Michigan.
Think of a game, a regular season game,
right? I mean, think about it.
I don't think there's been one in my lifetime.
I don't think there has either, Mark. I mean, when they won their, that for the longest time, they only won one playoff game between 57 and last year, and it was in 91, the 91 season anyway. They were the 2 seed that year. Washington was the 1. Detroit had to go to Washington in the NFC Championship game. They got destroyed. I don't think Detroit's been the 1 seed since we started doing this seeding thing. I mean, since the merger anyway, I don't think the Lions have ever been the 1.
No. They've won the occasional division here and there. They've been a wild card team here and there.
Yeah.
But they've not, even when, they made the one run with Danielson where Eddie Murray missed the kick in San Francisco. That was a good team.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
That wasn't it. They lost that game on the road.
Stafford got the Lions in the playoffs a couple times. They lost on the road every time. So, and you firmly believe that Detroit needs the week off and they need the one less playoff game. You think Detroit as a Super Bowl contender, if they lose they're done.
Done.
As a Super Bowl
David,
contender.
so much so that I would be considering resting guys against San Francisco to get ready for the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, believe me, we were sitting around last night talking about that, kind of like, wow, if you're Dan Campbell, you sure you play all 4 quarters of Jared Goff here? I mean, you know who's got a sore back and who's kind of nursing through this and playing at 80%. I mean, we'll say it again. This game means nothing for the Lions. Nothing. I mean, it at least influences draft position for the Niners. This game means nothing for Detroit.
They only have 2 possibilities of where they're going to sit in the NFC tournament. They're either first or they're fifth. And
Correct.
tonight has nothing to do with that.
Nothing. So, why bother?
And you know me, I like to look ahead instead of look behind. Now, after the weekend, now I'm starting to say college football's about to start again.
Oh, now you're back. You took about a week and a half hiatus there, but now you're back. Okay.
Ready to go.
All right. If I'm college football, I mean, how much oxygen does the college football playoffs have right now? Ladies and gentlemen, you answer that question. How much oxygen does their tournament have right now? They got to get away from the NFL. I don't know how they do it. They got to get away from the NFL. They got to go harder earlier, and then I think they need to stagger these games. Like if I'm college football, I own this week. The week. This whole New Year's Day thing, sorry. If we're going to let the Rose Bowl still be played at 5 o'clock on New Year's Day, fine. But Mark, if I was college football, I'd be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridaying it. I got no NFL games this week. None. All week.
And then Thursday, Friday the next week, by the way?
Yes. Yeah, I can't be near the NFL. I mean, it just destroys everything in its path.
Yes, it does, David.
So,
and I think the triple header. Part of the problem is New Year's Day. We're not going to finish those games until the 2nd because of the damn Rose Bowl. We've got Georgia and Notre Dame starting at 9 o'clock at night.
You all tell me. 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room. I mean, how much oxygen do you think this college football playoff has this morning? Anybody care? Anybody fired up? I mean, how many of you know who the quarterfinal matchup is tomorrow? Anybody?
Get ready for Boise, everybody.
Ah, there we go.
Get ready for Boise.
There we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Boise and Penn State tomorrow. Right, the Fiesta Bowl. Yeah. Uh-huh. And then what is it? Peach, rose, and
sugar.
Sugar. So it's Arizona State, Texas, and then it's Oregon, Ohio State. And then at night, it's Georgia, Notre Dame. I mean, I don't know. Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame. You would think that'd have a little bit of oxygen right now.
But Cam Ward sitting out the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl has more oxygen than the college football quarterfinal games do.
And that's our poll question. Cam Ward, was he smart or was he selfish? Answer accordingly. For the record, I say he was smart, and I know that's going to upset some of you greatly, but as my reasoning on X states, if he was my son, I would have kidnapped him to prevent him from playing in that game. That's where I am on this. Yes, it was a business decision. You damn right it was. It was the Pop-Tarts Bowl. It wasn't a playoff game. I know for some of you, he's a quitter. He's a blankety blank. I want nothing to do with him. Okay, that's fine.
You know, and that would be, I guess, if we had a supplemental poll question today, it would be, would Cam Ward not playing the second half affect you drafting him?
Well, I think everybody who said he was selfish would then not draft him where they would have drafted him before the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And there are some who want nothing to do with him at all now, but I think everybody would have dropped him. I can assure you, and I will bet my life, not my job, not all the money I have, I would bet my life that him not playing the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl will not affect him one iota in terms of the NFL draft. Not one. Don't think it will.
No, the only thing that affected his draft status was the Giants winning yesterday.
Right. He may not go first overall now. And that's not because of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That's because the Giants had an out-of-body experience yesterday against the Colts.
Scoring at will.
What the heck?
The hell was that?
He averaged 14 points a game. He scored 45 yesterday. What are you doing? Winning. Well, why would you do that? I was really torn. I mean, that was the most passionate team of mine growing up, because that was the team that my grandfather, the man in my life, who he got really bent out of shape about Notre Dame football and the Giants. And I would watch the Giants games with him every Sunday. Every Sunday. It's the best part of my life. And so that's the team, even more so than the Mets and the Rangers, who I'm emotionally tied to. But man, the Giants was a whole different level as a kid. And so I'm torn yesterday because I don't want them to suck. My
and
team.
They suck. And they suck. We have gone through just how bad the Giants are.
And they're scoring and they're winning. And I'm like, okay, yeah, finally, you look like a team that's good. And then mid-third quarter, I'm like, yeah, but do we need to
and
let
it looked as if they were going to screw it up.
Yes, the Colts got back to within 2, and it was like, okay, now you're being the 24 Giants again. That's good. That's good. Score like 30 and lose 31-30. That'd be fine. Nothing wrong with that. And then I start at one point, Mark, a win dropped them all the way to 6th. I'm like, what? Oh, man, I feel like Packers fan who, when they won that last game of the season back in 88, I think it was, they lost the rights to Troy Aikman. They got Tony Mandarich instead. That worked out well.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, did anybody see how Cam played in the first half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl? He looked like the first overall pick of the draft. Irish football, you have to acknowledge that the bowl meant more to Colorado than it did Miami. You know, Dion's building something, and don't talk to me about Mario's building something. Canes fans only care about championships. And the fact that Mario couldn't get them in the ACC title game this year. So if I'm the AD and Mario comes to me and says, hey, we need to take out insurance so Cam Ward can play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, I'd look right at him and go, no. Play the backup. I ain't spending money on insurance policy. No, not doing it. Now, if he needs it for the ACC title game or the college playoff, that's a different story. I did see that, DC. And not only that, the Jackrabbits quarterback entered the portal. But ambient, you have to acknowledge bowl games mean different things depending on the school and the program. Okay, CU's been a grease fire. You know, they've been relevant much in the last 20 years. So the bowl game meant something to you guys. Did Miami fans care about the Pop-Tart Bowl? No. They were bummed they were in it. I think, this is my own opinion, I think some of you are not happy with the state of college sports, that it's professional, and you're taking it out on the kid here. Don't know what to tell you. It's a new day. It's not student athlete anymore. Hasn't been for a long time, actually. Yes, Grizzle.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Man, our Twitch chat room, this Cam Ward thing, that's all they're talking about this morning. My goodness. Guys are fired up. You sure this isn't a little fake outrage, though? I mean, are you really this fired up about this? I mean, really? Because if you are, then it's got to be more than just Cam Ward and the second half, right? You're kind of now angry that college sports has turned into, pro sports, and actually unchecked pro sports, because they got salary caps in most of the pro sports, and they got contracts so that guys aren't necessarily year to year. You actually know how long you have them. So I just sense that some of this outrage, it's headed towards Cam Ward. I think there's an underlying layer, though. I do. Because you guys weren't this bent out of shape 10 years ago when, Fournette and McCaffrey sat out a bowl game. And now you're this bent out of shape because, Mark, a guy sits out the second half of a bowl game?
That seems to be the problem, David. Apparently, if he would have said he was sitting out the whole game, he would have been okay. But the fact that he didn't play the second half means he's going to let his teammates down for the rest of time. I haven't heard one Miami player complain about this, by the way. Have you?
I don't know if I've heard of a Miami fan. Because the other thing is, Miami fan was numb to the fact they were playing in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I mean, up until an hour and a half ago, Miami fan was like, we're finally going to be in an ACC title game. We're going to be in the playoff. A Pop-Tarts Bowl, I don't give up about the Pop-Tarts Bowl. The biggest Miami booster I know was out of the country on vacation. And let me tell you with how much money he gives that school. I mean, there's zeros and commas and everything. And he didn't give a rat's you-know-what. Now, if they were in a quarterfinal game, he would not be out of the country on vacation. But the Pop-Tarts Bowl? Come on. But anyway, it's our poll question.
It's a game that they don't sell tickets to the upper bowl to. Okay? Just put that in perspective. The Pop-Tarts Bowl. A bowl that we have as much fun with on this show as any other bowl game that is played. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the trophy was a working toaster that you could toast a Pop-Tart in.
Think about that. I mean, I'm starting to think it needs to make the list. It's not the Stanley Cup. It's not the Claret Jug. Okay, but let me tell you something. I mean, Wimbledon, they bring out the big round plate or whatever it is.
You could use the Wimbledon plate to put your Pop-Tarts on after you toasted them.
Right. And then you find out which flavor actually is the flavor of the game. The winner, if you will.
So we love the Pop-Tarts Bowl here on Miller and Moulton.
Love it.
However, it's a game that they don't sell tickets to the upper bowl. Do you know why? It doesn't have the demand. Do you know why? Because it's not important.
It's a made-for-TV show. These bowls only exist so ESPN and their family of networks can have football programming. That's it. It's the only reason these games exist. if the National Football League somehow, some way figured out a way to play in the latter half of December the games and the times that ESPN and ESPN2 now carries bowl games with, these bowl games would all go away. But anyway.
I got a buddy who's a big Canes fan.
Okay.
Was texting me throughout the second half. Miami
right.
is a joke. The D is laughable. How he still has a job is beyond me.
No mention of Cam Ward.
No.
You know why, Mark? He knows why he sat out. In fact, he was thankful that he played an amazing first half, by the way. Do you know what people were saying at halftime of the Pop-Tarts Bowl? I think Cam Ward just became the number 1 overall pick of the draft. Wow. And this just in, ladies and gentlemen, he was amazing. He looked good. You have a really bad team on Sunday. You were watching Cam Ward play going, they could use some of that. But I know Shedeur Sanders played. Listen, we applauded him. We said it was a risk. We said if he was our kid, he wouldn't. I mean, should some of you change your tune on Deion based on the series of events then in these bowl games? Hunter and Sanders played. Give it up for Deion and the Buffaloes. Mario and the Canes, bums. All right. I don't know. I think there's room for both, personally, but maybe not. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerandMoulton.com. All right. I won't spend a ton of time on this because you'll get angry. Yes or no? That's all I want you to say. All right? Yes or no? When in doubt, it's a no because these guys got to get 80% of the vote. All right. Hall of Famer, Mark. These are the final 15. Pro Football Hall of Fame. Ready? Cornerback, Eric Allen. Defensive end, Jared Allen.
Yes.
Tackle, Willie Anderson.
I think so.
Guard, Jahiri Evans, mostly of the Saints.
Incomplete for me. I don't.
That's fine. Right. No, I want you blurting out. Yes. The one thing I will say, by the way, Eric Allen, when he played, the Eagles always wore those green uniforms that they wore yesterday. Man, they look so good wearing those. Why don't they wear those every game? Antonio Gates.
Yes.
Torrey Holt.
Yes.
Luke Kuechly. Played 8 years, was dominant, played 8 years. That's interesting that you paused on Luke Kuechly. Eli Manning.
He's going to get in.
Okay, would you vote for him, yes or no?
Not first time.
Steve Smith.
Wow.
I know.
He was really good.
He was amazing considering his size. Amazing
He was
considering his
really
size.
good.
Here's the problem for Steve Smith. Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne are the 2 other receivers that he's finalist against. And you could argue he's the 3rd best receiver on the list. And he was amazing.
I would argue that.
Terrell Suggs.
Yes.
Fred Taylor, finally a finalist. Or second year, I think, as a finalist. Good for Fred.
I don't think so. I think he walks right up to the door, David.
Adam Vinatieri.
Think he gets in.
Darren Woodson, 12 years of safety with the Cowboys. And 13 years an offensive lineman with the Ravens, Marshall Yanda.
Yanda, I'd have to defer. I'm not. This is where I kind of leave it up to others who.
So for you, were you a yes on Jared Allen? Or would
Yes,
you pause?
I was.
You were a yes on Jared Allen. You were a yes on Willie Anderson, the tackle for the Bengals. A yes on Gates, a yes on Holt. You paused on both Kuechly and Manning. You paused on Steve Smith because of Torrey Holt, and you would have voted for Reggie Wayne also.
Yes.
Adam Vinatieri, you would have voted for. Terrell Suggs, you would have voted for. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So quick math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 15 you're a yes on. and you paused on 3 of them, in which I think over time I can get you to go yes.
More than likely you can.
Considering you paused on Luke Kuechly and Eli Manning, who are both going to get busts in Canton soon, whether you vote for them or not.
Said it before. It's the hardest Hall of Fame to get into, and that's why I think you and I love it.
Yeah, I do.
There's no very good about this Hall of Fame.
By the way, only 5 of those 15 can get in. That's it. They max out at 5, and you need 80% of the vote to even have a chance of being one of the 5. Bud Elliott to look ahead to the college football quarterfinals in a half an hour.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For 22 years, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District have been making Christmas merry and bright, and this year is no exception. Discover the best values on diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets at 23% off, and more deals on diamond fashion jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, and exotic gemstone jewelry, along with estate jewelry. Jason and Todd will take up to 50% off. Santa's GPS points to one jewelry store, the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It can only be of the players, of those 15 finalists, only 5 can get in. Now, you've got the other 3 categories where there are 5 finalists, if you will. The coach, Holmgren. Yeah, I have the list here. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the senior category, which was Maxie Bond, Sterling Sharp, Jim Tyrer. And then you had the contributor finalist, which was Ralph Hay. Usually, those guys all get in. So, but I think of those 5, 3 can get in. 1 to 3 of those can get in. So, you're overreacting, Emmett. And he's a great dude. Personable, you could walk up to him, start talking to him. Yeah, I'm with you, Yinzer. I think Kuechly gets in. I would bet money on Kuechly before Eli. Like, I don't think Eli's getting in this year. I don't. Although Eli Manning's one of the 5 greatest playoff quarterbacks of all time, and that's not even arguable. He was a totally different dude in January and February. See, Ambient, I think a Saquon Barkley helps a Fred Taylor. I'll have to figure out my 5 there at TC. By the way, we've messed my mother up entirely. She's like, Bud's coming on. It's not Wednesday. I'm like, Mom, it's a holiday. We got to improvise. She's like, well, that's how I keep track of my days, by your guest list.
So do I. So do I, Mama Moulton. Then you throw a guest host on a Tuesday of a guest who's on a Wednesday, and I'm all a mess.
All a mess. I don't know how you can argue with that, Yinzer. All-time playoff quarterback list? No way. Nope.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Bud Elliott to join us then. Yes, on a Monday. What can I tell you? We don't have a show on Wednesday because of the bowl games, and that's when he normally joins us. So we got to improvise. And Mark, it's totally screwing up my mom. She apparently keeps tracks of her days of the week depending on our guest list.
What does she do on the weekend?
I know. Well, I called her yesterday, though. So, usually good about calling her at least every other day.
Good for you.
Yeah. So for those that don't want to mess you up, when you hear Bud Elliott coming up in about 20 minutes, you go, oh, what's going on? No, it's not Wednesday, but Wednesday's New Year's, and we're not, doing a live show.
This is, the Christmas New Year's Wednesday is a nice little break. It's the 2-day, 1 day off, 2-day off.
Right.
It's been a good little couple of weeks.
So this works for you.
Well, it did. I got drunk on Christmas Eve. I may get drunk on New Year's Eve. I don't get drunk that much anymore. I have a drink occasionally, but I don't get drunk. I got drunk on Christmas Eve.
You got runk, and in fact, your mother-in-law even said, "I think I'm a little under the weather."
Me and Nancy tied one on Christmas Eve.
Nice.
I don't know. I mean, see, the difference is with New Year's Eve, I've got a football game to watch and pay attention to.
Right.
Christmas Eve, I just had family around. I don't really have to pay that much attention to them.
Do you have to pay attention to the game though, or does it? It's Boise State, Penn State. I mean, do you have? It's a quarterfinal. I mean, come on. Do you have to really pay attention, or do you just kind of have it on?
I think you have to pay attention to the first half.
Okay.
And see where we go from there to see if Boise can establish a running game, see what they can do against Penn State. I don't know if this Penn State offense that has been around the past couple of games will continue to show up.
If it does, they're going to be playing a lot more games.
Yes, they are.
They may play in the final game if the offense decides to keep being, a really good offense. How about that? So Fiesta Bowl tomorrow, and that's the college football quarterfinals get underway, and then 3 games on Wednesday, and then like that it'll be the semis, and then we're back to the NFL sucking all the oxygen out of the room.
So if you were a Penn State fan,
yes,
that had to make, that went to the game against SMU, you're a season ticket holder some way, shape, or form. You go to the game.
Uh-huh.
But you're apprehensive of maybe the Fiesta. You think you're going to win do you take the Fiesta Bowl off and already start gearing up for the Orange Bowl, if you know what I mean?
Yeah. And we've talked about this. Will this become a problem? Like, what are ticket sales like this week? Are they good? Particularly for the Fiesta Bowl and the Peach Bowl. The Rose Bowl's the Rose Bowl. I do believe that. It's an iconic venue. I think people would go to that. Their team qualifies for that. They'd be like, oh, well, we got to go to Pasadena. While we're there, we can see the parade and ba-da-ba. Okay, so I think the Rose Bowl is always going to be sold. And goodness knows, you put an SEC team in the Sugar Bowl, they're in. That goes back to, Alabama in the 70s. So, and besides, it's in New Orleans, and they're right there anyway. So I think 2 of the 4 mark are always going to sell. But, if you're a Texas fan, you just spent all the money to go to Atlanta for the SEC title game. And now, less than a month later, and in the middle of this month, by the way, you had to do Christmas.
Right.
And now I got to go back to Atlanta for Arizona State. Don't you turn, and you could be a big Texas fan, don't you turn and go, listen, if we can't beat Arizona State, ... What are we, a 14-point favorite? Do I have to spend all my money and go to this game, or can I watch this? It's on a Wednesday. I got to work the next day.
You can get lower bowl tickets for the Fiesta Bowl for $72. Upper bowl for $44 right now. I don't think they're going to go up that much between now and tomorrow night.
And you got to figure that Boise's had, and many fans who have ever traveled to a game are traveling to this game. You got to figure. Come on, you're a Boise State fan. You're in the national quarterfinals.
You don't know when you're going to get this opportunity again.
Right. With a Heisman Trophy finalist as the star guy on your team. You're all in. But if you're a Penn State fan, tell me you're not thinking we're going to play Georgia or Notre Dame in Miami coming up in a week or so. I got to save my money and my time off for that. Because if we can't beat Boise in the Fiesta Bowl, then, we're not championship material. I'm saving my money for if I think we are championship material.
Totally with you, David. In fact, I'd be hedging my bets and buying Orange Bowl tickets ahead of the fact, because if you run into Notre Dame, that's going to be a hot ticket. You run into Georgia, it may be a hot ticket too, but I think Notre Dame and Penn State would be a really hot ticket.
Meanwhile, the Boise State fan, they'll be like a team in the NCAA basketball tournament. All right, in which, oh my goodness, we're in the national semis. The Boise fans burning more of their vacation time. They're dipping more money on the charge card and the savings account. They're going to Miami. I don't know when this is ever going to happen again. I got to be there. We're in the semis.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the crowd be 60-40, if not better than that, Boise.
Oh, I think it's going to be 75-25. I really do.
I don't know if there's that many people in Boise to go to the game, David.
No, but I think that the people in the area who are supporting the Fiesta Bowl, the Arizonans, if you will, I think we'll all be rooting for Boise. So if there's 10,000 people, Mark, that are from the area that support the Fiesta Bowl and they go every year, like, I'm going to the Sun Bowl tomorrow. I mean, there's very few fans of Washington and Louisville that are at the game. I mean, that game's made up of El Paso. They go and they support the Sun Bowl. Now, the free tickets they give away to the military in town. But everybody else pays, and they go to the game every year. They support the Sun Bowl. I got to think Fiesta Bowl's been around now 50 years. I got to think that there's 10 to 15,000 people that support that game every year, and I think they're going to root for Boise.
You're probably right. Which is why you and I both think it's not going to take too long. This round may end up on campus before you know it, as they get more NFL-like in the NCAA.
Well, once they go to 14, there aren't 4 buys anymore. We're down to 2. And once they do that, don't you think they turn around and go, do we even need buys?
Well, then one home game would be enough. Then they'll prop up their bowl system because ESPN will want them to.
Sure. But so tomorrow, the Fiesta, Boise and Penn State. You know what I think the college football playoff needs? How about a good game? When's the first good game? Are we going to get it tomorrow? We going to get it in the noon game on Wednesday between Arizona State and Texas?
11.5 tomorrow night, 12.5 for the noon game between Texas and Arizona State are the spreads.
Or are we going to have 6 games in the hopper already before the Rose Bowl in which we're 0 for 6 on good games? I mean, that's another thing if I'm the college football playoff. Okay. Because it happens in the NCAA tournament. I mean, those listening in the 239, you may remember back when FGCU had their run almost 12 years ago now. Okay. Part of the reason why it was such a phenomenon was 3 full sessions of the tournament had happened. The Thursday day, the Thursday night, and the Friday day session, not a single major upset. The tournament was thirsting for a Cinderella. And even though 13 seed LaSalle was going to win a game late Friday night, okay, FGCU played the early game Friday night. And when the 15 seed won, they got all the attention because people were thirsting for a Cinderella, and we got one.
And I was calling for an upset last week, saying that it needed one. Not that I was picking one, but that it needed one. We got nothing of the sort. Clemson gave us the best thing close to a game that we could get offered.
And will it matter? We were talking earlier about oxygen. How much oxygen does this college football playoff have? Now, we got Bud Elliott coming on in 12 minutes. I mean, it's obviously, it's filling up his whole house. This is what he does for a living. But how many of you woke up this morning? I mean, this is a big week for college football. I could argue it's a much bigger week than it is for the NFL. I mean, how many meaningful games does the NFL have this week? I mean, I know college football's got 4. I don't know if the NFL's got 4. It's not a good week 18. It really isn't. There's only one game that's win and, you're a 1, you lose, you're a 5. Yeah, you got teams, if I win, I guarantee this seed, but,
but the seeds are mostly made up.
Right.
If Denver wins, they're in. If Denver loses, then Miami and Cincinnati still have an opportunity.
I mean, 12 of the 14 teams are locked in to the playoffs. We're determining the final wild card in the AFC and who's going to win the NFC South. The other 12 spots are in, guaranteed. How much oxygen does this college football playoff have for you? Because once the NFL gets going, I mean, come on. Saquon's 2,000 yards, all the points that have been scored here in the last 2 days. Are we doing Josh Allen or Lamar for the MVP? How can Burrow not be considered when he's arguably having the best year of all the quarterbacks? But his team's 8-8. Do we play any of the Chiefs? hell do you play Barkley? And if so, for how long? Because you got to play in the first round.
How many of the Rams play?
But how much oxygen does this college football playoff have for you right now? 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room. I mean, all last week, Mark, anybody talking about the matchups?
No.
I mean, Boise State, Penn State. I mean, this is, they're trying to create what the NCAA tournament has created, a big boy and a Cinderella. Arizona State, Texas. Don't get me wrong. I'm taking the points with Arizona State, but.
Look at you.
Oh, yeah. I might even throw a sprinkle on the money line. That's the team that I think shows up. I do. I don't think they the bed at all. At all. No,
Going for a Scattaboo?
I think they show up. I do. I think the coach is special. They got a special player, and I don't think Texas can take them seriously at all. I don't. I think Texas is already looking ahead to the Cotton Bowl. I think they've already made plans. Now, don't get me wrong. They have so much more talent than Arizona State. They should be able to sleepwalk for an hour and still win the game. But I'm just saying, I think Arizona State gives them a game, and I think that's the best chance for one of the underdogs to get off to a hot start and put the favorite in a position, kind of like, midway through the first half of the NCAA tournament, and it's Northern Iowa 25, all right, and pick your team, Gonzaga 14. And you're like, oh, I'll be damned. How about this?
This thing, Stark's offense is so good, and how he dials it up, I think they'll be able to score relatively at will against Arizona State. I don't trust Arizona State's defense in this game.
I hear you. I just think that Texas has to be clued in. If there's a team to overlook a playoff game, I'd be worried about Texas. I mean, come on. They got they're going to be playing in the Cotton Bowl next. Tell me they all haven't made their plans. Tell me they haven't discussed it with friends and family. Tell me the friends and family haven't already asked them for tickets. And you really think the Texas players are going, well, we got to get past Arizona State first? I mean,
I think they said it just like that, too. In fact, I think they did.
No, I think Mom in the back of the room said, now, don't overlook Arizona State. Oh, come on, Mom. Leave me alone.
But you said it. I mean, we're trying to pump some oxygen into these college football quarterfinals. But 2 double-digit spreads to start the college football quarterfinals before we get to Oregon and Ohio State, and then Georgia playing with a backup quarterback. There's not a lot of oxygen heading into the quarters. Not the way that there should be.
Bud Elliott, he brings the oxygen. He brings the heat. We'll be talking college football as a whole with Bud Elliott next.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important. so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So what do we think of the athlete proposing to the girlfriend on the sidelines right after the game? I mean, I got to admit, a lot of pressure on her. The fans are cheering, yes, 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 yes. I mean, I don't know. It's a pretty cool atmosphere. I mean, it's not romantic, but I know. Greg Gumbel, Linda Lavin, Jimmy Carter. It happens in threes. My mother and I have always believed it goes in threes. Greg Gumbel, Linda Lavin, Jimmy Carter. Boom. Good morning, EB. Oh, wait, Mark, I'm sorry. He'll be calling in. Bud will be calling in. He doesn't have the computer.
So he's calling us?
Yeah, he's apparently somewhere where he's not going to be in his studio and what have you. But he said that he'll call in, and I gave him the hotline number.
Okay.
My bad.
No calls yet.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hoping to catch up with Bud Elliott here coming up shortly. So, you know how bent out of shape people have been about the college football playoff in the first round and the seedings and the matchups and what have you. And now, you know, it's unfair, the draw that Oregon has and blah, blah, blah. So you do know the either 13-4 or 14-3 loser Sunday of Lions Vikings is going to have to go on the road and play a 10-win division champion. I mean, it'll be at least a 3-game spread. It could be a 4 or 5-game spread between wild card team and division champion. Anybody been out of shape about this?
No.
Why?
Well, David, this is just the way we do it. Division winners get their home games, and that's how the playoffs go in the NFL.
Well, but isn't that the same as the college football playoff committee, giving the conference champions their seeding, and so in some cases you get a first round bye, and that's the way we're going to do it. I mean, honestly, come on now, you've got no dog in this fight. What's the difference? Tell me, is there, when you look at the two facts, and I don't know that you had a huge problem with the seeding, and you're willing to let this thing play out and make a decision a few years down the road. But for those that are really bent out of shape about this with college and the seedings and, you know, Oregon's getting screwed and this, that, and the other thing, it's going to happen in a week and a half in the NFL, and nobody cares. What's the difference?
David, there's no committee involved in the NFL playoffs. There's no committee that chooses who's seated where, who gets what. It's actually earned on the field. And you know it before the season starts as to how it works.
Okay, well, now going forward in college football, we know we got the 4 byes for one more year, and 4 of the 5 conference champions are going to get it, and that could mean the Mountain West champion, the Big 12 champion, the ACC champion, they're going to get a bye, and they're going to get through to the quarterfinals. And a really good Big 10 or SEC or whatever, 10, 11, 12-win team, don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to win a game just to get to those suckers. I mean, isn't that the equivalent of the Houston Texans and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting a playoff game? I mean, isn't Arizona State and Boise getting a first-round bye the equivalent of the 2 4 seeds in the NFL?
I don't believe that it's a fair comparison to take the Big 12 champ and say it's the same as the AFC South champ.
Why not? I'm not being a jerk here. That's a legitimate question. Why not?
Because at least in the AFC South, we have comparable games. They have to play they play teams in every division in the league. We see what those games are like. You can manipulate your schedule in college to not have to play anyone.
But we know now from the Houston Texans that basically if they play a good team, they lose. They play a bad team, they win. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, the Houston Texans are Indiana. And we can come to that conclusion right now, can't we? I mean, they got off to a really good start. They were 5-1. Since the 5-1 start, and basically since Diggs got hurt. All right. I mean, since then, I think they've lost 6 of 10. I mean, the Houston Texans right now are the Hoosiers, aren't they?
I suppose.
But I mean, and that's probably the bad example to give. The better example to give is going to be the loser of Detroit, Minnesota is not going to play a home game, not going to get a bye, and they're going to go on the road and play 6 or 7 or 8 days later. Probably 8 days later, because lately that's been the Monday night playoff game. It's been the NFC 4-5 game. And right now, Tampa's the 4. They could become the 3 if they win and the Rams lose. But let's just call it's Tampa. All right, that the loser of Detroit, Minnesota is going to have to go to Tampa 7 or 8 days later. I mean, how different is that from what the College Football Playoff Committee just set up here? I mean, Mark, imagine Detroit wins tonight. You're going to have a 14-3 loser of that game. At best, at a 10-7 Tampa Bay team. Now, ironically, Tampa Bay beat Detroit, so if the Lions lose and they go, you could argue, should Tampa have it because they beat them head-to-head? But anyway, we digress. I mean, but Mark, there's nobody that's worked up about this, right? No one. I mean, we couldn't find 3 people worked up about the loser of Lions-Vikings going to play the first-round game in Tampa, could we?
No, the only thing we get worked up about in the NFL is it hasn't happened in a while when we get a division that is won by a team with a losing record. It's happened a couple of times, and that gets people very upset. That's the only thing in the NFL that draws the ire that you get from the college football fan, if you know what I mean.
Right. 2 years ago, Brady's last year, the Bucs were 8-9. They hosted the 12-5 Cowboys, and there were people like, "Are you serious? Come on, this is ridiculous." That there were some people that were like, "Hey, you want to give them a playoff spot? That's fine, but seed them by record, have them be the 7 seed, blah blah blah." Okay, but the NFL's like, absolutely not. And they're unwavering, by the way. That's one of those, I think they'll go to the end of the earth holding on to the importance of winning the division, and you get a home playoff game. Boom. But I mean, think about what we could have this year. And we could have the Tampa. I mean, Mark, it's possible. I mean, if the Bucs lose to the Saints, but I mean, it's possible a 9-8 Tampa Bay team could host a 14-3 loser of the Detroit, Minnesota game. I mean, it could be as big a disparity as we've ever had. But nobody's been out of shape about that, right?
No,
how about this? The Chargers 2 years ago at the league meetings proposed if there's a certain win differential, and their proposal was 4. If the wild card team has won 4 or more games than the division champion, that the wild card team gets to host the game. So in theory, both Minnesota and Detroit would know, well, if we lose, at least we're playing at home next week.
Look I have no I wouldn't change it. I think the division winners should and deserves a home game.
Okay.
You play the majority of your games in your division. That's what the goal of the season is to start.
Well, but you don't anymore. You only play 6 of your 17 games in your division. I mean, you're barely playing over a third of the season now, division games. I mean, look at the Packers. Packers are 1-4 in the NFC North. They're going to, by the way, when they beat Chicago, they're going to be, I think, the first team since the merger to win 12 or more games in the regular season and have a losing division record. So, this is an anomaly. But But once again, I just find it interesting. The stuff we keep talking about how professional college sports and college football in particular is getting. And yet there are some which, to me, if they're not apples to apples, this is apples to oranges. I don't think it's that far off. And people are worked up about the college football playoff and who gets buys and the seeding and who's got to play an extra game. And in the NFL, it's like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. 4 hosts 5. It's always been that way. Not going to change. Lighten up. Get over it.
And I think it's because what we've always said, college football is what, David? It's an opinion sport. I mean, this sport is largely based on the opinions of others.
It's been that way forever. Go back to the AP and UPI polls. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, to think of it, it wasn't that long ago that national titles were determined by polls, not by the games.
No. We didn't have national championship games. We had the New Year's Day bowls. And then when they were done, well, a bunch of media people got together and voted on who they thought was number one.
And we could have one number one in one poll and another number one in a different poll. And
Darn right,
we fine with that.
Exactly. It's kind of like when you really think about it. I mean, why were we fine with that? It's like, why did we put up with baseball having the DH in one league and not in the other? I mean, seriously, we lose our minds for 50 years? What was our problem? How did we not insist that come on, guys, play by the same set of rules? This is ridiculous. No, we never did that. We had no
AFC games, you have to have 1 foot in. NFC games, you have to have 2 feet in.
Yeah, we joked in basketball. If in the Western Conference they had the 3-point shot, in the Eastern Conference they didn't. Oh, that's fine. That's how we play here. It's rougher. It's tougher.
It's Western Conference basketball, damn it.
You want that crap? Go out west. Watch the Phoenix Suns play. We are funny, aren't we? As a sports nation. The things that we just are like, yeah, sure, no problem. And the other stuff that we get burn out safe about.
And when they've tried to even suggest to go away from divisions in football, people go crazy, mostly at the league level.
Yeah.
They're very content with how they've set this up, with division winners getting home playoff games. And it, as you said earlier, David, it's not going to change.
I mean, we think that the Boise States of the world should be playing at home this coming week. That to make this really special, make Penn State go to Boise. In which, come on now, wouldn't you think of it kind of like the loser of Detroit, Minnesota going to Tampa? It's not that Tampa on their best day is not good. It's not that Tampa can't win. But over the course of the season, come on now. They're not in the same class as the other guys. What are they doing getting a home playoff game? They played in the Mountain West, for goodness sakes. That's our system. Deal with it.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are closing out the year by making room for fresh collections with a diamond clearance sale. Take advantage of incredible savings. Diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets 23% off. Exotic gemstone jewelry up to 40% off. And all estate jewelry up to 60% off. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, RCB, we talked about that earlier. The Bucks are a fascinating case study. They've beaten the Lions, they've beaten the Eagles, they lost to the Chiefs on the road in overtime. They went to LA and spanked the Chargers. And yet they're 9-7, struggling to win the NFC South. Remember, they should have lost the game at Carolina. Baker pulled that out of his, they gave up the go-ahead score with like 31 seconds left. He completed those 3 passes. They kicked like a 55-yard field goal to force overtime. I mean, listen, I'm going on the record again. I don't think the Giants are firing anybody. I think they're keeping them both. And I know it doesn't work, but if you got to fire somebody, you got to fire the general manager before you fire the coach. The coach has proven he can do something. The GM hasn't.
Did you hear from Bud by chance?
No, I've texted him and haven't heard from him. So yeah, you got to give him some credit for Chop Robinson. I thought it was interesting yesterday, without Waddle and without Tua, how much they targeted Tyreek and how he played. Found that interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Coming at you live at 21 minutes past the hour from the Floormeisters studios. Floormeisters, they're in Naples. They built a luxurious studio here in Palo Alto, California for me today. I really appreciate the folks at TJ and the crew at Floormeisters. This is very nice. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Ladies and gentlemen, we very rarely do this individually and as the show. I mean, let's face it, you listen regularly. We get a lot wrong. We make a lot of mistakes. We're smart on occasion. We look ahead better than most. All right? We bring up things earlier than most. Okay? Let you know about this. Then weeks or months later, it's like, remember? Okay. Mark, we've all been on a heater before. But it's been a while since you or I have been on a gambling heater.
That's very true.
And late last week, heading into the weekend, I was hot, on fire, and fuego. 5-alarm. So on Thursday of last week, we had 3 college bowl games. And I have a theory. You take the points in the bowl games.
Right.
Bet
That
the
is your
underdog.
theory. You said that long before bowl season began.
Yep.
You've said it for many a year.
40-something bowl games. Just take the points. You'll win. Most years you'll win 24-18, something like that. You'll win a couple shekels. Well, so far the first, college football playoff, if you counted them as bowls, none of the teams with points covered. If you took the points, you were behind. Well, on Thursday, we had 3 bowl games. Underdogs went 3-0 against the spread, 2-1 straight up. And I said, okay, now we're getting to bowl season. Now we're getting to the bowls, if you know what I mean. The Weed Eater Bowl. You know what I'm talking about. The Independence Bowl. Right. So from now on, I said, you got to take the points. And you got to go hard. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. There are 13 bowl games Friday and Saturday. I'm taking all 13 underdogs. Mark, on Friday, there were 5 bowl games. Not only did the underdog go 5-0 against the spread, they went 4-1 straight up. Yep. Navy beat Oklahoma as an underdog. Vanderbilt beat Ja Tech as an underdog. Arkansas beat Texas Tech as an underdog. USC beat A&M as an underdog. Mark, USC has found the key to their success to play an SEC team in Vegas. They do that, they'll be in the Natty. Apparently, it's these Big Ten games that are really problematic. An SEC team in Vegas, no problem. And then, sometimes you just got to get a little lucky. Washington State's playing Syracuse. They're losing, but the spread's like 18. They lost by 17. Way to go, Cougs. All right. 5-0. 8-0 going back to Thursday. I mean, think about it. 8 straight underdogs have covered. Now they're 6-2 straight up, Mark. Did you see the first 2 bowl results that came in? There were 8 bowl games Saturday. The first 2 bowl results. Iowa State, an underdog to Miami, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Boom. 9-0. And then Fenway Bowl. UConn beat North Carolina as an underdog. What the hell they were doing as an underdog, I don't know. They're playing an hour from home. Boom! Winner. That's 10 straight dogs that won against the spread. They're 8-2 straight up. After that, the favorites kind of, covered 4 out of 6 and, But anyway, the 13 bowl games, 9-4 if you took the points. Go back to Thursday, 12-4 if you took the points. Yeah. Now, the problem for me was I then decided, what you should do? Bet some NFL games. Yeah, I don't have a system when it comes to the NFL.
No, you had a system. Bet against the Miami Dolphins when they go north.
Right.
The weather warmed up. Tua didn't play. Miami wins and covers.
Right. And also I went against what have I been saying for a month? The best play in the world is a road favorite. So what do? I take Cleveland at home, getting 6.5. Moron.
And then you don't like teams that, win on Monday night?
Right. And I love teams that lose on Monday night. They come back and win and cover 60+% of the time. So I took New Orleans. Well, New Orleans sucks right now. Whole team's hurt. They're terrible. I should know that. I saw the game last week. They got shut out, for goodness sakes. Only team to get shut out this year. Right. And yet I bet on them. And now I'm on the Lions tonight, who have nothing to play for. Zip, zilch, nada. Goodness sakes. At one time I was 7-0. Now I'm 9-6.
And it's important because you're 2 games below 500 entering the week. At this moment in time, you are a game above 500.
Yes. Yes.
Heading into tonight.
Yep. And I was getting greedy. I was 3 games above 500 heading into yesterday. I'm like, I'm going to go 2-1. I'm going to be 4 games above 500. I am a betting master.
It will be interesting, David, because I made it to the Mendoza line a couple of weeks ago.
You did.
Only to crash and burn following that week with a 1-4 display.
Right. And so now you're teasing yourself. What'd you do this week?
3-2.
That's right. I'm 2 below. I can get back. I can do this. Yep. I can do this. But Mark Miller is living the life. You should go, even though I'm the one having the better week, and technically I'm leading him in the standings. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever Mark says about tonight's 49ers-Lions game, I would go with, because he not only won both bets that went overtime this week, they would not have covered if the teams that went into overtime had just kicked a field goal. He needed them to score touchdowns to win in overtime. So when Denver was about to lose to Cincinnati, because all Cincinnati's kicker had to do was make a 33-yard field goal in overtime, Mark was laying 3.5. That's not going to do him any good. That's going to be gut-wrenching. But the guy hit the upright. And a few minutes later, Joe Burrow says, I'm not trusting the kicker. And he scored. And by the way, we did get something right. We said this was going to be a T. Higgins week. We said they were going to put Surtain on Chase, and he was going to get, and we even almost called the numbers perfectly. We said he's going to get like 7 catches for 85 yards. I think he was 6 for 84. But the money play was T. Higgins, because their second or third corner can't cover him. How many touchdowns did T. Higgins catch?
He had 2, didn't he?
I think it was 3.
Did he have
if you
3?
count the overtime one.
Okay, you're right, with the overtime touchdown.
Yeah. So anyway, between Miller and Moulton, we are
11
feeling
for
it.
131 too.
Right. I'm sorry, what was that?
11 for 131.
And 3 scores. Yeah. So there you go. So we are feeling it this week, ladies and gentlemen. We are on fire.
Double winning week out of Miller and Moulton, no matter how this thing ends up.
Yeah.
And David has a shot to get up above 500 with the Lions cover tonight.
Huh? That's what I'm talking about. Started the year 3-12. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like the Rams, baby. 2 years in a row. 3 games below 500. What do? I make the playoffs both years. Uh-huh. They're the first team in NFL history, by the way, to do that. Be 3 games or more below 500 and make the playoffs in back-to-back years. Pretty impressive.
It's very impressive.
Something to keep in mind going forward. Sean McVay's teams. They just keep on keeping on. Miller and Moulton. See, we know what we're talking about.
Sometimes.
We don't suck as much as you think we do.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Take the points, Grizzle. That's what we're telling you. Take the points. Only my first day. I have a question for you. Are you a Canes fan? Yes or no? Or did you bet on the Canes in the bowl game? I'm still trying to figure out your level of angst towards Cam Ward, because it's on a scale of 1 to 10, about a 17.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Nothing wrong with your angst. I'm not even knocking it. I'm just curious as to why, where it's coming from.
Lee is not going to be on this week.
Lee will be on before the Super Bowl next, right?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, we may bring him on before the Natty. We used to. We weren't together yet. Mark was doing mornings, I was doing afternoons, and he came on before the USC Texas Rose Bowl and picked Texas straight up. He was getting 7, and he said, wrong team's favorite, Texas. I was like, whoa. So, I mean, that shows how far back we go, by the way. I mean, that's 19 years this week. Logic man, I think they are. And the reason that I think they are is because I think it means something to the offensive line, to the Eagles. I do. Not all bowl games. And only my first day, I do think it depends on the school. For certain schools, the bowl games are important. We do not think the Pop-Tarts Bowl was important to Miami at all. Not to their fan base, not to anybody who gives money to that school. At all. The season for the Miami Hurricane fan ended when they lost to Syracuse. For other schools, the bowl game is important. But yeah, it might be. But to the Canes fan, to the money behind the program.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes at the top of the hour. When's the last time you remember our audience being this angry with us and our position on the whole Cam Ward thing? It's our poll question. Was Cam Ward, who, we believe, even though Mario Cristobal and Cam won't confirm it, we believe that there was a prearranged deal that they made. Cam was a touchdown behind Case Keenum for the all-time touchdown record, even though the guy at Oregon could pass him here any day now. But that Cam was going to throw his touchdown or two, be in first place, and then he was going to get out of there. And he played the whole half, as it turned out, even though he broke the record in the first quarter, played a magnificent half. Miami had the lead at the half, and then Cam Ward was done. We think it was prearranged. We don't know it for sure. But was Cam Ward smart? He's going to be a top 5 pick of the draft. Get your ass out of there before you get hurt, son. Or was he selfish? Quit on his team. What are you doing? You can't do that. If you're going to play, you got to play. And Miller and Moulton are of the belief, first off, listen, I said I would have kidnapped him if I was my son. I wouldn't have let him near the stadium. All right. If he was my son. Mark, would you have let your son play in that game?
No, our old joke before NIL was, before that game, we would have come out and talked about all the improper payments we received, so he would have been deemed ineligible for the game.
Correct.
Now now we can't do that. Now with the new rules, we cannot do that.
Correct. If the kid and the coach had gotten to him and convinced our son to play in the game, we would have held a press conference and we would have lied through our teeth and talked about all the illegal benefits that we've received to make sure that the NCAA declared him ineligible for the game. And, we would have taken the grief from our son, all right? And then we would have just come out as soon as the bowls were over and said, yeah, we just lied. We didn't want him to play in the game.
And it's a vocal minority. Based on the poll question, 60% of you say it was smart for Cam Ward not to play the second half. 40% obviously saying it was selfish.
But man,
those who are in the 40% are a loud minority.
And they are, and they just cannot believe that we feel what we feel.
He quit on his team. He'll quit on the NFL team. He's only in it for himself. He's a selfish blankety blank.
Oh, so this bowl game's not important, but this bowl game is. And I said, well, actually, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, the game was not significant to Miami. There's no one of importance involved in the University of Miami athletics that gave a damn about the Pop-Tarts Bowl. They didn't. There wasn't a single money person that cared. The Miami football season ended when they lost to Syracuse and they were left out of the playoff. That's it. That's when the Miami football season ended. To all the prominent boosters and to all the fans. They didn't care.
My question to those of you that are really angry about this if Cam Ward would have just opted out and not played, that would have been okay? You would have been fine with that if Cam Ward, in your words, disrespected his team by not playing in the bowl game? That would have been okay? But playing in a half wasn't?
Now, there was a real dichotomy on display over the weekend, though. You know, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, they played for Colorado. Now, they had insurance. All right. Deion made sure to let everybody know, you know, we're not being selfish here. I mean, the kids are financially protected if the worst case scenario happens. But, yeah, we spent the money, took out the insurance, and, yeah, they got to finish the season. And they did. Now, it was a rough day for Colorado. They lost. Well, whatever. But there was a dichotomy on display. To the one school and their head coach, this game's important. We got to finish the season. Okay. And the kids were both like, nope, season's not over yet. I'll worry about the NFL when it's time to worry about the NFL, but not until after this bowl game. And you and I applaud them, right? And you and I love Deion. We would not have done this if we were Deion.
No, not a chance that I would have let either of those kids who are going to go first and second, first and third in the draft play.
But that's what Colorado did. And meanwhile, here's what Miami did. I mean, there's a true dichotomy right there on display. And they're both facing the same issues. Is the bowl game important? Should we be playing? The draft, money, NIL. You know, it's something to talk about going forward. If we ever get to, and I think we will, I'm stronger about this than Mark in terms of my belief as to when they're going to become employees and we're going to have contracts. But I think deep down, you think it's going to happen. It's just going to take longer than I think, because I think it's happened in this decade.
I don't.
I think the money's out of control, and even the big boys are like, we got to get a rein on this. I also think this agreement with the NCAA is not going to hold up in court. No way. I don't. There are holes everywhere in this agreement. There are people already fighting it in court. And let's be honest, when does the NCAA and the system they want to put into place hold up in court in the last 30 years?
Quick sidebar. I did find it fascinating that they let they signed the Vanderbilt quarterback gets his waiver to play.
Pavia.
They grant a bunch of other waivers to kids that are in the same boat while still appealing the
Yes.
decision made in the courts about the JUCO players.
Right.
It's interesting to see how that thing is progressed.
Mark, do you know what the NCAA became in the last few days? The Pinellas County commissioners who campaigned against the whole stadium deal and the financing of it and what have you. Okay, absolutely. I'm dead set against it. No way. I'm not for this. It's a waste of money. All right, blah, 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 blah. And then it came time to vote on it. And that's what the NCAA did. We think it's ridiculous. They shouldn't be getting an extra year of eligibility. Okay, I'm not going to grant them a waiver. They went to court and they won. Well, I'm still against it. Here's your waiver. But no, I'm not.
Still appealing. But they granted all the waivers and they're still appealing.
Right.
That's the part of this that's a little different. Right. That would be the two county commissioners appealing the decision that they voted yes on. It's just
That's true. That's true. I wasn't of the right mind when I voted for it. I voted for it. I thought I was voting for something else. Thought they were asking what we wanted for lunch. So, man, people are bent about this Cam Ward thing, though. And listen, we'll grant you how angry you are at us. You got to believe we're dead wrong on this. I know you think that, and that's fine. You know what? Maybe we are. But you got to believe us when we say this one thing. We are right on this. It's not going to matter at all. I mean, at all. Capital at, capital all, 17 exclamation points. At all. To any NFL team. Any of them.
But I think your first point early in the show may be the most relevant of all of this. Why is Mario Cristobal not defending his quarterback?
I don't get it. Also, and this is a pet peeve
And
of
he's
mine.
wishy-washy. If he was against him doing it, then say it. But I don't believe that. I believe it was predetermined. And think about it, Cristobal in a game that mattered, David, lost the game last year. Why? Because he was trying to get a running back 100 yards in the game. And didn't kneel and lost the damn game.
Here's the other thing that really bothers me, and I'm pretty angry at all of you, okay? Because I just come off as an old, angry member of the media when I say it. But I'm holding you guys responsible because they're not going to respond to us. But you guys do, quote unquote, pay their salaries, contribute to the program, etc. It's Mario's attitude that drives me nuts. If I'm a Miami Hurricane fan, booster, what have you, we talked about that, but we're going to keep that behind closed doors. Yeah, dude, you know how much money I give you? You got to be a little forthcoming. By the way, the game's already over. What did you say? What was the agreement? Okay? I mean, this is not a dictatorship. Not when I'm giving you the kind of money I'm giving you. Not when I'm giving you the time and support that I'm giving you as a fan base. No. You actually have to be gentle in the face when you talk into the microphone to us. Okay? Well, we talked about that behind closed doors, and that'll stay behind closed doors. Blank you. Okay? What was the deal? I'm a Miami fan. Let's just say I actually give a damn about the Pop-Tarts Bowl. What the heck? No, seriously. Just come out and say it. And by the way, if you were smart, you would say you made the decision. I watched him play the half. Okay, he was amazing. He doesn't have anything else to prove. The only thing the final result of the game, I get it. But you know what? We'll play some other people who haven't gotten the playing time that they put in the hard work for. It was my decision as coach. Okay, he's not going to play. I couldn't live with myself if Cam Ward got hurt in the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Not, well, it's in-house and it's going to stay in-house. Blank you. Seriously.
Cam wanted the record. We wanted the record for him. We helped him get it. At that point, it was up to Cam. He decided he didn't want to play the second half. Okay.
Yeah. And, hate him for it, love him for it, whatever. But this whole, that's an in-house matter. No, I'm sorry. No. And this is where, and I know who was it? James Franklin came out yesterday. We need Nick Saban to be the commissioner of college football. Well, that's just what we need. A coach in charge of college football. Really? The most self-absorbed, obsessive, all right, and wanting to keep information away from everybody. That's who you want in charge of a sport? Yeah, I don't think so. I'll say it again. The NFL takes draft picks away from you if you're not honest with the injury report. They do. They find you and they take draft picks away from you. 90 minutes before every game, they disclose who's playing and who's not. It's the National Football League. You're the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Okay.
Feel better?
I do. It really bothers me. I hate it in politics and I hate it in sports. Sorry, too much money, too much at stake. You asked too much of us to treat us this way. And I'm not speaking as a member of the media. I'm talking about as a member of the public. You ask a lot of us. Time, effort, energy, money from us. Give us the decency of the truth. How about a half-truth? How about fake it? Pretend you're married to us, okay? And you're staying married for the kids, okay? Just give us a line, for goodness sakes. Fake it.
pretend you're staying married for the kids?
Yes.
Do you really think that would have gotten Mario to give us a respectable answer on that
Well,
one?
if you think about it, that is the relationship. He is staying married to his fan base for the kids. We're paying for the kids. And in that respect, yeah, honey, I think I'm owed the truth. I'm owed an explanation, honey. I came over expecting ham. There's turkey. What happened? Why? Yeah, I think I'm owed an explanation. Not you went into the kitchen and made a decision with the chef. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. We showed up at dinner. We were expecting turkey. We got ham. I had ham last night. If I'd known, wouldn't have had ham last night.
Miller and Moulton. I like that David goes ham turkey when in doubt. I'd always go turkey over ham personally.
Holidays, I go ham. My grandmother always cooked ham. We always had ham. Thanksgiving, obviously, we had turkey. All the other Easter, Christmas, we always had ham.
I like a good piece of ham now and again. I prefer turkey.
Was going honey a little too extreme? Did I go over the line with honey?
Not at all.
We're married, we're staying married for the kids. Honey, that tone. Honey.
I do find it interesting when you get all worked up over a college coach being disingenuous with its fan base. That's what they do.
I know. So what are we going to do? Put a college coach in charge of the sport? Great. More secrecy. Just what the sport needs. I want transparency. I want them employees. I want contracts, by the way. You could look it up. How many years, how much money. It's all right there.
And then you wouldn't have to worry about a guy playing in a bowl game or not because he's under contract.
Right. It'd be stipulated, by the way. Yeah, there's got to play or not. Or it'd be stipulated. If he's projected in the top 15, okay, he doesn't play. Put it in writing, honey. Miller and Moulton. A honey.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Only my first day. I don't think the kid did it on his own. I think it was arranged. And I wish Mario would just tell us. We want to know. I think we're entitled to know. I think with as much gambling as we have in the sport now, quite frankly, it's owed to us before the game. And you don't have to get specific. You could just say, listen, Cam's going to play. I don't know how long he's going to play. Okay, he wants to be there for his teammates, blah, blah, blah. But obviously, with the draft, there's a lot at stake here. We're going to play it by ear. Can't guarantee he'll play the whole game, but he's going to start. Okay. Then at halftime, why'd you take Cam out? Well, I thought he had proven everything he had to prove. I mean, he was amazing, And while we wanted to win the game, I couldn't live with myself if something had happened to him. I mean, would people be that bent out of shape? If that's how Miami had handled it, those of you that are very unhappy with Cam Ward and the Canes today, would that have been okay? Which, I'm telling you, these coaches, a lot of them, they need media relations people. They need somebody to say, listen, there's a way to handle this. And your idea is not a good one. The other thing I don't understand about these coaches is, like, Michael Jordan talked all the time. What did he ever say? Derek Jeter talked all the time. What did he ever say? Gretzky talked all the time. There's one quote that comes back in his face. One quote.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, final hour of the show on this final Monday of 2024. It'll be Mark and Seth Everett tomorrow on New Year's Eve, then a best of Miller and Moulton on New Year's Day, and then we're back in the saddle again on Thursday when all 4 quarterfinals will be in the books. And, well, we can look ahead to who we have in the semis of the college football playoff and look ahead to week 18 of the NFL, in which 12 of the 14 playoff spots are already secured. And you got one game of major significance, and then you got a half a dozen games of, well, if this team wins, they're this, and if they lose, they're that. We've been talking about Cam Ward a lot today. It's our poll question. Was he smart by opting out at halftime? With the draft coming up and his draft position, why risk millions? Or was he selfish? Smart or selfish? 60-40 smart right now. But I will say I think selfish is picking up votes every time we hit refresh.
It definitely is, David. People are bothered, I guess, by the timing of the decision. I mean, if he'd have sat out the whole game, apparently that was okay. If they would have announced that he was leaving at halftime, that was okay. It's the secretiveness of him leaving at halftime that people are bothered by.
I just can't believe how stupid so many teams and organizations are. I mean, seriously. I mean, you have to admit over the years, ladies and gentlemen, Miller and Moulton give really good media advice to athletes and to teams. We really do. I mean, we'd be a handful to put up with in the office, and we'd have an opinion about everything. But let me tell you, when it was a big deal, you'd want, okay, well, what do Mark and David think about how we should handle this? All right. And I don't understand. I just said it during the commercial break there. Mark, what if Mario comes out before the game? I mean, first off, how was he not asked this question leading up to the game? Is Cam Ward going to play? He had to have been asked the question, right? I mean,
yeah, because he said he was going to play. We all knew he was going to play.
Yeah, okay, he's going to play. But then, by the way, already start to leave the door open. Not sure how long he's going to play, though. Okay, I can't guarantee he's going to play the whole game. He's definitely going to start. Okay, but obviously there's a bigger picture here for Cam. You know, don't want him getting hurt. And if there's a chance for us to protect him, don't be surprised if I take him out of the game. And then sure enough, at halftime, he comes out. He's been magnificent in the first half. Magnificent. All right. And you just say, hey, at halftime, I couldn't live with myself if something happened to him in the second half. I just couldn't do it. And so I took him out. All right. So whatever you do, don't be mad at the kid. Kid wanted to play. Okay. Kid felt he was letting his teammates down. The teammates told him, no, man, you haven't let us down. You've carried us. All right. We love you, man. Good luck on Sundays. That's it.
And I don't think, look, all right, let me regroup here. Do I think that the Miami Hurricanes players who were playing wanted to win the Pop-Tarts Bowl? Of course I do. Do I think that the Miami Hurricane players spent the day after the game lamenting over losing because Cam Ward didn't play? No, I don't.
I don't think they lamented that night.
I think they're still bothered by losing to Syracuse.
Yes.
That's what keeps them up at night. Not losing to Iowa State in the Pop-Tart Bowl.
But just don't understand these coaches, these commissioners. It's not that hard to play the media game. It really isn't. It really isn't. Michael Jordan talked all the time. He hardly ever said anything. Derek Jeter talked all the time. In the New York market, the Yankees, okay, 20 years, Derek Jeter met with the media before and after every game for 20 years. Is there a quote you remember from Derek Jeter? I mean, there's a way to do this. Mark, you and I are hockey guys. Wayne Gretzky, all those years. There's one quote people remember about Gretzky. He gave interviews for 20 years. One quote.
Yeah, and it was the time he got out of character.
Right.
And called the New Jersey Devils a Mickey Mouse organization.
That's it. That's the only quote that anybody can attribute to Gretzky throughout his whole legendary career. He talked all the time. This isn't that hard. We're the public. We're lapdogs, man. We don't need much.
David, I have to interrupt you here quickly because I do have to agree with this texter who simply stated during your last segment rant that David's spitting bars today. And I agree with him. And I wondered what you thought about that statement.
Thank you, honey. That's what I think of that statement.
What do you mean? That's a compliment, David.
I know. I was trying to just be.
Oh, I did. I just wanted to make sure you knew what it meant.
No, I did. I was spitting bars, right?
What would your rap name be?
I think, of course, Kit Kat. That's what it would be. When I think bars, I think Kit Kat.
What I thought you might think. That's why I brought it up.
Really? Spitting bars? All four of them? That's fantastic. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My daughter threw something at me 2 days ago on the phone. She was driving back, and she said something about period. She said, period. I was like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, period. That's what we say now, period. And I'm like, yeah, word. What? What are we talking about here? So thank you, sir. Spitting bars. Yep. Appreciate that Kit Kat, sir. Really do.
But David would never spit out a Kit Kat. That's the one thing.
No. Spitting bars. No, I'm gonna chew bars. What are you talking about? Why would I spit them out? So it's an overreaction Monday. Do you think anybody has saved their job here in the NFL in the last 8-9 days? Anybody? Like Pierce with Vegas. Got 2 wins. I mean,
they have been a little bit of the Arizona Cardinals this year. Vegas has not lacked for playing hard. They just lack talent.
Yeah. They weren't
and
good at
what
the
talent they had has been hurt most of the year, and they traded the other parts of it away.
But if you're Brady, you going to keep Pierce? Because let's be honest, Brady's going to make this decision. I mean, he is. I mean, Mark Davis has all but said Tom's going to in fact, he said Tom's going to have great input and influence. And can we just quick sidebar? Okay, so Tom's still in the booth, and we know Tom's a minority owner of the Raiders. But if Tom's going to become this public, if Tom's in the draft room, if you know what I mean, if the Raiders are attributing hirings and firings and draft choices to Tom, is Tom going to stay in the booth? I mean, there's a part of me, Mark, that wonders if, like, Brady's going to do the Super Bowl, and then Brady's going to do the offseason with the Raiders, and then Tom's going to have to I mean, can we have somebody who's running a team, strongly advising a team in the analyst position? I mean, in theory, there's going to come a day that the Raiders are good enough to actually be on the Fox Game of the Week. I mean, what do we do then? I'm just wondering,
because you're right. It's not a problem when they stink. It really isn't.
And it's not a problem because he hasn't done anything as minority owner of the Raiders yet. But what if he fires Antonio Pierce? I mean,
and as you said, he's been. They have let us know. Mark Davis flat out said he is going to be a part of running this team. This isn't Miller and Moulton making it up. This is what Mark Davis said.
Yeah, he wants Brady's, football acumen to be a major part of this organization. Not only Brady's friends have come out and said, Tom doesn't do anything and not be serious about it. I mean, remember, Brady had to come up with his own money for this. I mean, you don't think Tom's going to be serious about this? Tom's whole brand is what? Winning. You think he wants to be a part of the Raiders being the Jets? I don't.
I think Pierce is done.
They could win this Sunday, by the way, because I don't know if Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati, which is a big if, But if Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati, the Chargers are locked into the 6th seed. I'm assuming that the Ravens are going to beat Cleveland. I think they're already 18-point favorites. And that the Ravens aren't going to lose twice to the Browns. So the Ravens at 4:30 Saturday are going to win the North. If Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati, officially eliminating the Bengals, Pittsburgh then locks down the 5 seed. Pittsburgh, in theory, could lose to Cincy. If the Chargers beat the Raiders, the Chargers would become the 5. And if you think that's not significant, who would you rather play in the first round of the playoffs? The Ravens or the Texans? But if Pittsburgh wins and the Chargers have nothing to play for, and they know that they're playing the Ravens, how about that, by the way, the Harbaugh Bowl in the playoffs? But back to the Chargers. I mean, if you're Jim Harbaugh, you playing your guys against the Raiders? When you're playing 6, 7, 8 days
there's
later?
no Mac, there's no Bosa, there's no Herbert, there's no Dobbins. You're not playing those guys, period.
So there's a chance here, I think a decent chance, actually, that the Raiders are going to finish with a 3-game winning streak. Now, they will have beaten Jacksonville, New Orleans, and a Chargers team that's mailing it in. But, hey, 3 wins is 3 wins. And by the way, they're drafting with 2 wins. They've gone from 1st to 8th, right? Where do they go if they win 3 in a row? They're going to go to 10, 11, or 12, right?
Well, right now, New Orleans is the 10th pick with 11 losses.
Well, but they've beaten New Orleans, and New Orleans is going to lose to Tampa. And
Right.
New Orleans is drafting where?
They're 10.
Well, they'd stay ahead of the Raiders. The Raiders would drop in 3. Those 3 wins, Mark, will cost the Raiders from 1 to 11 minimum. Wow.
Winning himself right out of a job, David.
Do you think the GM or coach or either or both saved themselves with the Giants yesterday? Do you think that Mara would have had no choice but to clean house if the Giants ended the year with a 12-game winning streak or losing streak, excuse me? Do you think Doug Peterson is saving himself in Jacksonville?
I do not. I think that's done.
I do as well. I think by this time next week, the house will have been cleared in Jacksonville. But it's Overreaction Monday. Just curious if you think anyone has saved their job here in the last week to 10 days in the NFL.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know there are a few of us that share the same name in the 239. I have gotten a lot of mail over the years addressed to a David L. Moulton, which I find interesting because I don't have a middle name. Hence, I don't have a middle initial. So, but Bud Elliott did not come on. Very unusual. I don't think he's home. I think he's somewhere else. So I don't know if there's any. I know he couldn't hook up how he normally does. So my guess is that Bud's going to get back to me later today, and I'll try to set something up for tomorrow. I'm assuming Mark would want to talk to him. I was never arrested in Lee County, Logic Man. '91. I got pulled over delivering pizzas. Turns out there was a problem. My license had been suspended unbeknownst to me because I didn't properly pay a speeding ticket. Ended up causing me a lot of issues. That's why I said I've never been arrested. I was, is it apprehended? Is it detained? I was detained. No, got away with the canoe. Got away with the, it's not a golf cart. What's the walker thing? You pull your cart in. What's that
Pull
called?
cart?
Pull cart. So I stole one of those. You know how you're like one of the last golfers on the course? It's dark. I had a pull cart. I took the pull cart out to my car, put the cart in the car, looked around. I go, well, why don't I just put the pull cart in the back seat?
Wow.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I went through a phase. My buddy is reminding me about a nacho incident that I had at the wine cellar in Pennsylvania. Bob, I was never detained. You were there. I was not detained for that. Funny thing was I was underage for that. I didn't care about that. Not Northeast PA at the time. Oh, no, only my first day. It was stealing, but I was just not, detained, arrested, or charged for it. Oh, no, it's stealing. The nacho incident, yes. Well, it's kind of like Mark thinks I had a cheese incident.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Kit Kat at 21 minutes past the hour. Can I go with that going forward? Miller and Kit Kat?
Sure. When you're spitting bars like that.
Right. Yeah. That's how we roll. Uh-huh. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, Cam Ward was removed himself. We don't know. But anyway, he didn't play the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Was that smart? He's going to go top 4 of the draft. What's he doing playing at the Pop-Tarts Bowl? Or, nope, selfish blankety blank. Not going to lead my team. I don't want anything to do with him.
Left his team in the lurch. He'll do it in the pros. He's a selfish, self-centered blankety blank, and you don't want him on your team now because he didn't play in the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Give me Shedeur Sanders all day, every day. Yeah. Okay. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Normally, this is where I'd bring up why it is I'm where I am, which happens to be Palo Alto, California, very near Stanford. And Monday Night Football, Niners hosting the Lions. On paper, this looked like this was going to be a hell of a game, right?
Thought it was going to be for the 1 seed. A lot of people did when the schedule came out this year, David.
And then when the Niners started struggling, it was like, well, they'll turn it around, and it'll probably be a must-win for San Francisco if they're to make the playoffs. Yeah, they're 6-9. They're toast. Meanwhile, the Lions, they have nothing. Zip, zilch, nada to play for tonight. They lose, so what? They beat Minnesota, win the division, they're the 1. Win tonight, lose to Minnesota, so what? They're the 5 seed. They're going to Tampa or the Rams or Atlanta.
Would you rest players if you were Dan Campbell tonight?
Would I?
Yes.
Absolutely, I would. Yeah. There's no team in the league with more players, by the way, on injured reserve than the Lions. We've all documented. I mean, how can you? Listen to what you've witnessed. Look at what you've witnessed over the last 4 months. How can you justify Goff getting hurt tonight? Hell, you already lost one half of your running back tandem. How do you play Gibbs tonight?
Bingo.
How do you play St. Brown tonight? How do you play Sewell? The hell, the center's been nursing an injury all year. How does he play tonight?
That's the one, you only have so many linemen. So Sewell probably is going to have to play, but Ragnow's another story. He's been banged up for the last 3-4 weeks, David.
Never mind. They only have half a defense out there anyway. Speaking of defensive players, did you hear the story that emerged yesterday about Calais Campbell? So I think he's 38 now. Hell of a player. And he's with the Dolphins. He's having a terrific year. He can still play. He is a marvel. And there are a lot of people think he's a Hall of Fame player. Anyway, Calais Campbell, good productive defensive lineman. Well, he's 38. Don't know how many more times he's going to have to chase a ring. Apparently, and the Dolphins didn't trade him at the deadline, and Campbell didn't want to be traded. He still thought that team could make the playoffs. He believed in the team. He didn't want to go. Dolphins thought about it. They had offers for a 4th or a 5th round pick on the table. They decided to keep him. Mark, the story emerges yesterday morning because the Dolphins could have been eliminated from the playoffs if Denver had won Saturday, or tied for that matter, which is why the whole overtime was interesting. I mean, Denver was probably a first down away from making the playoffs. They might have been able to run out that clock and get a tie. A tie would have put them in. But also, the Dolphins are still on the outside looking in, and for that matter, without Tua and Waddle, maybe they lose to Cleveland. So the story emerges that the Dolphins have made a deal with Campbell that if they get eliminated from the playoffs, they'll cut him so that somebody can pick him up and he can have a shot at a ring.
Okay. Now, obviously, he would have had to have been waived.
Yeah.
Would have had to have clear waivers. Everybody knows because if they pick him up, he can't play.
Right. But kind of like, Shaq Barrett here. If they would have released him and then he would have cleared waivers in theory, and then he could have picked who he signed with. Well, I mean, listen, apparently Shaq Barrett was hell-bent on Tampa and only Tampa because we made the observation if you're Detroit with all the injuries that you've had, how the heck could you not sign Shaq Barrett? And I'll be honest, even if I'm Shaq Barrett, and I know Tampa, and they've signed him, by the way, he didn't play yesterday, and I understand you're thinking if you're Shaq Barrett that Tampa's going to make the playoffs, but I would say if I'm Shaq Barrett to the Buccaneers, hey, with all due respect, I'll sign with you guys for next year. I'm going to Detroit. Now, of course, the irony is in a week you might be in Tampa in a 4 or 5 wild card game. But if I'm Shaq Barrett and I want to chase a ring here and come back and play, I mean, it's a couple weeks. It's 6 tops. I'm signing with Detroit. He signed with Tampa. Well, now if you're Calais Campbell, I mean, you're a good enough player, by the way, that you'd be surprised who would have called him. Baltimore would have called him. I think Kansas City would have called him. I think Buffalo would have called him. I think Detroit would have called him. I think Philadelphia would have called him. I think he would have had his choice of the upper echelon teams in the NFL as to where to sign. Here's what I'm wondering, though. Dolphins are now playing 4:25 on Sunday. And so are the Broncos. So the Dolphins won't know until 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30 Sunday. Here's what I'm wondering. Because there's a Sunday night football game, obviously, Detroit, Minnesota. So the season won't end till 11, 11:15, 11:30, maybe later. Can he play for them against the Jets and the Dolphins cut him at 7:30? And is he then still available for someone else to pick up?
Boy, I don't know how the NFL rosters freeze.
Right.
I would think that they would freeze at the conclusion of the season, and there would be no waiver because he would, normally you'd have to clear waivers, so you're just cutting. It's a free for all.
I'm just wondering. I'm wondering, because obviously now that the Dolphins are still alive, Campbell is staying with them, and he wants to. But he also wants to chase a ring, and the Dolphins have said, hey, we get eliminated, we'll cut you. We'd love to have you back, but yeah, we'll let you go chase a ring. If we're out, we're out. I just thought that's fascinating. I mean, for that reason alone, and I had Cleveland 6.5, but I was kind of hoping for a little different result with the Dolphins yesterday. Like, wow, Calais Campbell going to get released. Good team's going to get him. Wow. And
instead he remains a Dolphin.
How could Detroit lose the bidding war for Calais Campbell, in all honesty?
They couldn't. There's no way.
No, you got to give him a blank piece of paper and go, how much you want per game?
You don't get outbid on that. Not a chance. But it's something we will not find out at the Dolphins, as everybody knows. Not only have to win, they have to get Denver to lose to Kansas City that has nothing to play for.
Zip, zilch, nada. There's a lot of teams going to have nothing to play for. A lot.
There's the Detroit, Minnesota game. There's the Rams game for seeding. There's the Bucks and the Falcons. And then there's the AFC games. We mentioned it. There's like 7 games that have meaning next week.
Kansas City's locked in as the 1. Buffalo is the 2. Houston is the 4. 6 of the 7 playoff teams are already secure. NFC. Detroit, Minnesota are playing for the 1 and the 5. Philly's locked in as the 2. And the Rams are playing for seeding to lock in the 3, and they're reportedly going to sit everybody anyway. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when? It's all coming up.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. they can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So this is when you know that maybe back in the day that I drank a little too much beer at times, and well, I had a thing with nachos. I'd eat them a lot. So we were talking earlier about being detained and incidents and what have you, and my buddy Bob, who I met at the University of Scranton, he was a couple years ahead of me, and he's a professional. I mean, he's successful. He contributes to society. And he was the one who texted me and said, well, there was that incident in Pennsylvania. I thought he was talking about a Thursday night at the wine cellar in Scranton on quarter beer night when I was DJing, because there was a nacho incident near closing time one Thursday. And he texted me, he said, no, buddy, I was talking about the bachelor party in Bethlehem. And he's right. I got a little obnoxious, and the bartender had to be restrained from coming over the bar and coming after me. And man, was I giving him attitude as they were escorting me out of the place. Oh, yeah, buddy, tough guy. Yeah, come on. Come on. Yeah, I'm throwing nacho chips at him. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a peach.
I had a buddy, we'd go get nachos. There was a Quality Dairy not too far from the apartment I lived in that had a great nacho. And by great, it was awful. But at 2:30 in the morning, it was terrific.
Sure.
And then there was a dumpster between the QD and my apartments. And he would routinely start the dumpster on fire because he liked playing with matches, and then sit on our porch and watch the fire department come and put the dumpster fire out.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. And yes, Logic Man, 2 nacho incidents in Pennsylvania. It's funny. I was never
This one of those now. Do you get the nap today before breakfast?
No, I'm going right down doing breakfast. There's actually a few logistic things we have to work out, but no, I'll get breakfast. I don't even know if I'll stay for the meeting. I think I will. They do not like the fact that midway through this year, I just went down for the breakfast and came back and started sleeping. They kind of look at me and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just here for the free food. But no, I'll stay for the meeting because there's a few questions I actually need answered. And then, power nap. Don't laugh. I don't know how much sleep I'm getting after the game on Air Aikman in the morning, going to El Paso. I mean, don't laugh. I need to get as much rest as I can. This could be an all-nighter, the Sun Bowl. I might be on no sleep for Gary.
Who the hell you got in this game again?
Washington and Louisville. Hello.
Yeah.
Love the coaches, Brom and my Jed Fish there at Washington. They'll both be good next year, by the way. Mark my words. They'll both be top 20 next year. The Drunken Nacho, JDR? Oh, my goodness. I would love that place.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Breaking news, Mark. 22 minutes before the hour. The bad and ugly, what's on tap today was the day when, all coming up. Miller and Moulton, brought to you in part by Floormeisters in Naples. Just keeping it real. Brett McMurphy of the Action Network reporting there will be in-depth discussions, unquote, about the seeding of the college football playoffs going forward. Not guaranteeing the 4 best conference champions will get byes going forward. Listen, at some point, if you're on this committee and you're not from the SEC or the Big Ten, don't you have to just resign? I mean, if the SEC and the Big Ten are just going to steamroll this sport the way they want to steamroll this sport, don't you just get out of the way? Because you either got to get the votes to stop them, and if you don't have the votes for self-respect, don't you have to resign? I would.
Unless you like fighting a fight that you cannot win.
No.
And have no shot at winning.
No. If I don't have the votes, I'm out. No. I don't want to be the, like, put it this way. And I'm not going politics. I'm just giving an example. It's like being a Democrat in Florida right now. Okay? I don't want to be on this committee if I'm a Democrat in the state legislature in Florida. Serious? I can't stop a thing. I can't get anything done. No. This doesn't interest me. We're not equals here. We're not close to equals. I'm the junior varsity. No. No way. If it was 50-50, you hold firm, we hold firm, we got to settle in the middle, I'll stay. But I mean, come on, this is all, 1 year, the SEC only getting 3, and they can't even make it to the quarterfinal round before they're talking about making changes. They couldn't get through the month without talk of having to make changes. Because 1 damn year, his top teams couldn't beat 6-6 teams to ensure their spot in the playoff. And so we got to rearrange the playoff? Come on.
Well, now you're already in a spot. Yes, Texas is a big favorite. Georgia's playing with their backup. They could only have 1 going into the semis.
Maybe.
And what are you going to do?
Come on. I want to look at Greg Sankey and go, come on, 8 years ago, your basketball sucked. And now you're going to get 12 teams in the tournament. Okay, it happens. Just lighten up. We won't put Indiana in next year. Okay? You know that. I know that. Okay,
but they're thinking this in the same terms, David. The SEC and the Big Ten are thinking in the same terms as the way the NFL looks at every other sport.
Oh, they are. That's true. No, we're going to play Christmas on a Wednesday. Oh, you can't play on Wednesday. Oh, I don't know what to tell you. It's Christmas. We play on Christmas. Yeah.
Oh, your playoffs this Saturday? We're going to put big games against it.
Come on, you can't play on Wednesday. Teams are going to play 3 games in 11 days. Not only are we going to have teams play 3 times in 11 days, we're going to have some of our best teams and our biggest stars. Oh, they could get hurt. Yeah, we don't care. It's not our problem.
The starting 5.
That's
5
the wrong one.
big stories
We don't do that one here. We do this.
No.
That's the one.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. Get 10% off your services. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Today in 1922, David, the creation of the USSR.
Should we start singing? Back in the U.S., back in the U.S., back in the USSR.
I think we just did. And by we, it was you.
Right.
Well done.
Thank you.
Today in 63, a couple of things happened. One, Let's Make a Deal, hosted by Monty Hall, debuts on NBC TV.
Oh, I love that show.
And two, Congress authorizes the Kennedy $50.
Well, I mean, come on. We got to name schools and roads and hospitals and airports. I mean, got killed and all.
I agree. The Great Western Forum opened in LA today in 67. Sinatra first records My Way today in 68. AFC and NFC championship games were held today in 73. The Dolphins pounded Oakland 27-10, and the Vikings beat Dallas by that same score. Woody Hayes dismissed as the Ohio State football coach today in 78.
Were you watching? Because you were what, 9?
I was watching. I was watching the Gator Bowl.
So your parents let you stay up late. You're watching the Gator Bowl because that's near the end of the game. So that's got to be almost 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I did not have a go-to-bed curfew as a child. My parents let me watch TV. I was very lucky.
Did you, when you were watching it for like a couple seconds, like, did your mind like say to you, "Wait, what the hell's happening here? Did he?"
That's exactly like what just happened. He hit a guy. Woody Hayes just hit a guy.
Right. I'm like, I could have sworn I just saw him like throat punch him. No, what's going on there? I gotta remember.
You think in terms he's going to get fired and all the repercussions that are going to happen, but I do remember watching Woody Hayes hit a guy.
It's funny, even at 13 years of age, I didn't think he was going to get fired. Mark, there weren't many bigger figures. And I mean,
no.
Hayes, Paul Bear Bryant, Woody Hayes, the two biggest figures in the sport at the time. I mean, Paterno and Osborne, and trying to think Switzer was already in Oklahoma then, but I mean, that's the second biggest figure in the sport right there, next to Coach Bryant. It's funny. I went to bed that night thinking, well, it's going to be an uncomfortable meeting, but I didn't think he'd get fired. And then it's like, oh, he had to be fired. The next day, I'm like, wow.
Today in 81, Gretzky had an off night, scored 5 goals, had an assist over Philadelphia. It gives Gretzky 50 goals in 39 games. And it was in 2018 that Patrick Mahomes becomes the second quarterback in NFL history to throw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns during the Chiefs' 35-3 win over Oakland. Bo Diddley and Davy Jones from the Monkees both would have celebrated birthdays today. Sandy Koufax is 89. Kerry Collins is 52. El Tigre is 49. And LeBron is 40.
Think about that. Koufax, Tiger, and LeBron. I mean, we're going to have to remember this for the next 365 days. Can we come up with a day that has as good or better of a sports trifecta than Sandy Koufax, Tiger Woods, and LeBron James? I mean, you post that sucker up on the board, that sucker's probably going to stay a while.
It is. I don't think it'll be beat. That is worth paying attention to.
I mean, that is remarkable right there. Wow.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Park City, Utah, where it could have been very bad. Kim Zaw and Phil Mew were having engagement photos taken in Park City when the photographer noticed the ring was missing from Kim's finger. 10 minutes into the shoot, they lose the ring. They were freaking out a little bit. The couple, their photographer, a series of passerbys searched for the ring for 2 hours. The Park City Ski Patrol even responded with a metal detector. But finally, they found the ring sparkling in the snow, saving a mishap to ruin the wedding photo, to ruin the engagement photos. How about sizing the ring, dude? I mean, when you're going to buy the engagement ring, know the ring size. Seems to be something you should know of your fiance. Maybe that's just me. For the bad, we go to South Africa, where security firms were dispatched to a home where a panic alarm was sounded. Turns out it was a thieving monkey. The monkey had the remote and kept hitting the panic signals until the primate was out of range of the receiver. And finally, the ugly. We go to North Fort Myers, where a pair of wonderful folks veered off of I-75, hitting a home. They went through a fence and slammed into the home on Williamsburg Drive. Jerry Ammon, the owner, said it's the 7th time a car has hit his fence in the past couple of years, but the first time it's gone to his house. Brendan McCarthy, a 24-year-old at Cape Coral, left the scene after crashing into the house. He left the scene because he was driving with a suspended license, but he wasn't smart enough to get rid of the drug paraphernalia that he had in his pocket. The passenger, she was arrested on an active felony warrant. No one inside the home was injured. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, December the 30th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Saw one of their vehicles, my trip to Pine Island, right up behind me. I got a little nervous, David. Thought maybe I was speeding, but he went around me to go wherever he was going with that sticker right in the back window saying capecops.com.
See, I think you could have disarmed him. He would have come to the window and you would have said, "Hey, how's that $10,000 thing for new cops working out?"
Was already looking up the chief of police's phone number when he was behind me. I'm like, uh-oh.
Hey!
I'm going to have to drop a name here.
No doubt. No doubt about it. Hey, I just got off the phone with, Chief Willis here.
Yep. Got that right.
Listen, if you want, I can call him back and say, "What are you doing working the holidays? You want New Year's off? I can make that happen." I'm sorry, Ossifer. What do you want again? License registration? So, listen, normally this is where I give you some of the ESPN research and information that, they probably don't want me to let the cat out of the bag so the graphic can really impress you when it appears during the game tonight. But, well, I don't know how many of you are going to watch. I mean, there's been a lot of football on lately, and this game has no meaning whatsoever. None, zero, zip, nada. But anyway, it's the Lions at the Niners. They played for the NFC Championship game a year ago, same stadium. All right. Let me just give you, it's another reason why, Mark, I would bench certain players tonight if I'm Detroit. This is how impressive Jared Goff and the Lions are with play action. Over the last 3 years, first off, this year, having played one less game than Stafford, the Lions lead the league in completions off play action over any other team in the league. Before yesterday's Vikings-Packers game, the Lions had thrown for 320 more yards than the Vikings, the second place team for yards per catch after using play action. And Goff still leads the league in touchdown passes using play action, even after yesterday. Goff has thrown 42 play-action touchdowns the last 3 years. 42. No other quarterback in the last 3 years has 30 play-action touchdowns. Goff has 42. Offensive line play, running game, setting up play action. I'm not playing Gibbs. I'm not playing Ragnow. I'm not playing Penei Sewell. I'm not playing Amon St. Brown. Sorry, not doing it. Say whatever you want about me. Now, my guess, and I don't know this for a fact because this game became meaningless when Washington won in overtime last night. If Atlanta had won the game last night, this game would still have meaning because the Rams would not have clinched the West. And I actually think Dan Campbell, if the game has any meaning at all, I think Dan will play his guys. I could be naive, but that's what I think. But it will be very curious tonight, Mark, how many Lions suit up for a completely meaningless game.
I wouldn't play anybody, David. I don't see any reason to. I don't know how you could live with yourself if someone gets hurt as banged up as the Lions have been all season long. Seth and I will do it tomorrow morning. Have a great day.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are closing out the year by making room for fresh collections with a diamond clearance sale. Take advantage of incredible savings. Diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets 23% off. Exotic gemstone jewelry up to 40% off. And all estate jewelry up to 60% off. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I can do the promo since I'm doing it with Seth. You can bail.
No, I know. I just wanted to, be
Hang
here
on.
when you came back.
Let me get it